Hello. Whoa, it kind of looks like my fucking computer is making some crazy fan sounds. I can hear the fan over the headphones. And I can see the fan on the mic. 1 second, we're gonna let it cool down. It is pretty hot today here. Unusually so. 1 sec. Maybe I'll even turn off the heater. I think I did turn it off. Okay, well, let's see if we can do something to cool down this computer, because it do be making some sound. And that's probably not good. Okay, well, we did just try a few different things, but to be honest, like, I closed everything else on the computer. I'm a little concerned that it could be an issue with the game. So I think what we'll do is we'll start, and my hope is that it won't be so loud that it's going to be an issue. So what are we doing today? Today we are playing Blueprints. For the first time in quite a while. I started playing this game, I believe I got it in September last year, and I played it into October, and then I got very busy with work, music stuff, festival stuff, whatever, and I stopped playing it, and I haven't picked it up since. But recently I saw that my brother, he had been putting a lot of hours into it. He had like played very little when I had talked to him over the holidays, but he like recently put like 100 hours into it, and I can see he seemed to have got quite a lot of achievements in it and whatnot. And it's very much the kind of game that requires a lot of note-taking and knowledge. And upon seeing that he had recently put 100 hours into it and gotten a bunch of achievements that I hadn't, I was thinking, hey, I should probably resume playing this game before I completely forget about it, because there are so many little details in it, and there are a lot of things that I already don't remember. I'm pretty sure I took over 300 screenshots when I was playing this game last year. I wasn't really looking up stuff about it, so I don't know. As you can see, I did 49 days in it so far. I mean, that's not like 49 days in terms of hours of playtime. But okay, we're gonna click continue, and then I'm just gonna like go and listen to the stream and see how terrible the laptop fan is, because it's really something. It's probably to do with the settings of this game being a little more intense than some of the other games we've been playing. We could, I think, theoretically lower. Oh, it's just an FPS limit. Is that it? I mean, not only that, we're only rendering it in 1080, which is like less than I would normally play it with. So hopefully it shouldn't be an issue. And Naya is here and says, hi. Hello, Naya. Welcome to our Blueprint stream. In fact, can you tell me, can you hear the laptop fan? Is it like really loud? Is it painfully loud? I haven't checked this yet, but I could just see that it was something was making noise in the mic even when I wasn't speaking. And then I could hear the laptop fan over my headphones. And it has been a relatively hot day so far, the hottest day we've probably had of the year. And this game is like more contemporary than some of the other games that I play, so I was just a little concerned that maybe I don't know, we'll see. Yep, you can hear it. God damn it. Oh, what am I gonna do about that? Technically, I could I could plug in a sound card and do a whole like external mic setup, but it's way more effort that I want to do, I have to say. And I'm really unsure what to do. You said it's not that bad, but it's audible. Yikes. Okay. That is indeed what it looked like from the OBS monitoring. Fuck. Okay, we'll try a couple tricks. One is I can put a small book under it to give it a little bit of distance from the desk in hopes that that allows more of it to make contact with the air, although that's annoying because now it's going to cover some of the screen that I'm looking at the game on. We'll have to, whatever. Yeah, you said, oh, Kawaria. Oh my god, how do we say your name properly? Is it, I always read it as if it's like supposed to be in Japanese, but it's really clearly not a Japanese. Kawaria. Is it Kawaria? It really feels like that's not a real word in Japanese. Maybe you can tell me how to say that. But you said, yeah, I don't think it's that bad. Okay, well, if it's not that bad, I guess we're gonna proceed. But just seeing it in the OBS mixer was pissing me off. I was like, I can tell that the fan is there. Cool. Well, let's try playing some Blueprints. As I was saying before, I haven't touched this game in about 5 months, and we'll see if I can even remember what we're doing. 'Tis a fake word, you have it correct, yeah. It really doesn't sound like a real Japanese word. There's something, I don't know, if you're learning Japanese, not one of those two, there's kind of like a feeling you have where you're like, that word, that's not a real Japanese word. I wonder if I make the game a little bit louder, you think that will help cover up some of the fan noise? Tell me if I do this, if I overcompensate. One sec. We have to maybe something like that. We just took it up like 2.5 decibels. Okay. Oh fuck. How do we even move in this? Okay. Is that right? Okay, that is right. Do y'all know this game at all? Do we need an intro to this game? Shall we intro this game? This is I'll intro this game until you tell me we don't need the intro to the game. The game Blueprints, the premise is, I believe it's your grandfather has passed away and you have inherited the Mount Holy estate, this mansion plot of land where you show up at, and the gimmick is it's a roguelike deck builder, wouldn't you know it, and you have to build the manor as you enter it. So like you draw cards from the deck. Kawardia says, I have played 5 minutes and watched maybe half an hour of Northern Lion playing it. Okay. It's interesting that Northern Lion would be a lot of people's intro to it. The way I found out about this game is because I played Void Stranger last year and I fucking loved it. And one of the major like YouTube people who was playing Void Stranger, like it seemed like some of the channels that really liked Void Stranger also were really repping this last year. Even though aesthetically and like they're like kind of metatextual narrative, maybe they're nothing alike, but they both fall into what people have been cringedly calling, is that a word? Can you say that, cringedly? Whatever, we're saying it. They've been calling Metroid Brainias, even though I think this game is probably a lot more similar to Myst or something. But yeah, it's so you've inherited this. There's lots of like puzzles and the whole like, oh, how do we even begin to explain it? For example, one of the major puzzles that you deal with is, can we, oh my god, what is the, here we go. So this is like the plot that you draft into, right? And there's even, like, you start to realize that there are, over the course of the runs you do, there are like letters that will appear in certain rooms. And for example, one little puzzle you need to figure out is like, you realize that the rooms drafted in a place always contain the same letter, and so there's actually like a fucking, you know, something that's a clue that is spelled out by like writing down each letter that you would find in each of these coordinates. It's that type of game where there are tons of like micro details and you put them together to solve mysteries. And the initial premise that you're presented with is that to get your will and inherit the manor, you need to reach the final room after the antechamber, and there's like some other criteria you have to hit to be able to do that properly, which I will hopefully remember. I actually, the foundation you get at some point, and you have to stick it somewhere, and it's going to be there every run. And I was pretty early in the game when I got that, and I definitely did not pick the best location for it. But, you know, you're stuck with whatever location you pick for it. I don't want to like spoil tons of things, I guess, but we'll be playing anyway. But so I won't explain all of it. But we've already done quite a few like levels of mystery in the game. I'm a little annoyed because I don't really remember exactly what we were working on when I stopped. I do think we were trying to deal with like the water level out here, and so you have a set number of footsteps each day, and so that's like a resource that, for example, we just used one by, instead of walking in, oh, we should have walked in because we start there and we should have gotten our rewards. Whatever, we'll get that when we come back. So for example, like this is filled up, but you can drain this, and then you have this extra staircase out there, and there's some water management shit that we've been needing to deal with because there's like a boat you can take across in a cave. A lot of the times you would go over here. It does seem like the kind of game Northern Lion would play. It was, I was really expecting that it would have taken home the Game Developers Choice Awards, or whatever that's called, for Game of the Year. I saw the Super Eye Patch Wolf video on Void Stranger. It's a shame I never heard of it before watching because it seemed up my alley. Oh yeah, I think, did I hear about it before that? Yes, I did. So it was the kind of game I had already on my Steam wishlist. And then I saw that video and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go buy this. And I didn't go farther into that video. I still would say I spoiled more of the game than I would have liked, but I definitely didn't spoil all of the game. And I tried to look up very little. There's this one puzzle that I really feel like you're probably gonna waste a lot of time on if you don't look up. And I did look up because I was just like, there's no way I'm dealing with this. There's a very well, I mean, not that you probably don't want to go into Discord, but what I wish I would have been told is that there's a Discord for the game, the developers Discord, where they have tons of different rooms that pertain to different levels of spoilers for different parts of the game. It's like the most particular I've ever seen a community be about spoilers, where you have like, I think there might even be like 10 different levels of like spoiler discussions you can be in on their Discord. So like the idea is, like, people say it's most optimally played with like one or two other people who you can chat with along the way, which is probably true. Okay, what are we gonna get? Are we gonna get Hovel? We can get Trading Post, could be good. I don't remember if we're looking for any of these combined items. I mean, like I said, I haven't touched this in 5 months, but I saw that my brother was playing it and I just thought, like, yeah, if we don't play this now, we're probably never gonna finish this game. Rooms, oh, the dig spots can be quite good too, and also we can make things cost footsteps. I think we'll go with Trading Post just in case we get a good item. Let's just do that, and also it'll help refresh our memory about what we actually need to be doing, I hope. Oh yeah, you can see like this is something that it doesn't start like this. I think for some, I don't remember how we did this. Maybe we had to blow something up. You can, and then there's like, you know, you go in here and there's like a note, right? And classic me, I would like screenshot every single one of these things. Because right now you're like trying to deal with some whole like crime conspiracy type thing with like all these different kingdoms, and there's also this whole like school classroom test subplot thing that I'm pretty sure I haven't completed. The torch. No, that's not one. Oh shit, it's only for trading. Oh fuck, that's why it's the Trading Post. Okay, well that was really stupid to do now. Is there nothing in here that we can grab? We're really gonna have to get our bearings again. This looks very grabbable, but it isn't. It's just a carpet, a rug. Should get a rug. This seems kind of like an okay game to play on stream, or it seems like the kind of game that's like, has a good atmosphere, I guess you could say. Is this really the correct aspect rate, or like the correct? Let's just look at how this is. No, okay, whatever. Doesn't say anything about that. We're gonna assume it. Just seems weird that it's not full screen properly, but. I remember the game being quite addicting, as these roguelike type games tend to be pretty addicting. Everything is just on Discord now. I'm sort of into Bethesda modding, on and off. And whenever you need mod support, you always just have to join some random Discord server every time. It just really sucks. Yep, for sure. I was playing Demon's Souls last year, and there was a build I wanted to do. And because I was playing like the original PS3 version of it, I realized that the only way I could even like do what I wanted to do was I'd have to get someone from a Discord server to like go online with me at the same time of day, because the like online servers are inactive essentially. It was really annoying. I ended up just not doing that build. I mean, that's a more general issue with like, you know, games where certain content is kind of locked behind online play. I mean, I guess it's solved now if you want to play the remaster, but there's a lot of reasons why you might not want to play the remaster. Anyway, I mean, I've read this before, so this is what you get after. Is this right? This is what you get. Yeah, I think this is what you get after you've reached the like final room in here for the first time. What I've heard some people refer to as the end of the tutorial, but it can easily take some players 20 hours to hit that. Okay, how do we want to draft the house? I feel like a typical way I remember doing this is I'd open this one, put like a parlor there would be weird. It's acceptable. We could do that. Breakfast nook. Oh, actually, okay, I'm realizing I have seen Northern Lion play this because I saw Breakfast Nook, and I'm pretty sure, wouldn't he say didn't he have a way of saying this? Breakfast Nook? Something like that. That's funny that triggered that memory. Breakfast Nook? No. We might need to take the Breakfast Nook, though. Wouldn't be my favorite orientation for either of these. We could, let's take the parlor. I guess we'll go into the parlor. Yes. And you gotta check sometimes there's shit behind here, like car keys or something. Nope. Not we got, these get increasingly difficult as you do them. The top two of the top statements are false. Only one bottom statement is false. Okay. The gems are in a box with a true. Oh, so sorry. Yeah, you have to like. Oh fuck! What is the rules of this one again? Whatever, we'll read them and figure it out. I kind of forget. The gems are in a box with a true top statement. The gems are in a box with a false bottom statement. I think the thing is that two of these should be true and one should be false, if I remember correctly. The gems are in a box with a true top statement. The gems are in a box with a false bottom statement. So if that was true, the gems couldn't be in this box. Because the bottom statement would have to be false, you know, for that to be the case. Okay. Wait, two of the top statements are true. Only one of the bottom statements is true. Okay. So the only one that gives us info on which box it could be in is this one. And the info we get is that the gems are in the box with a false bottom statement, right? Only one bottom statement is true. So let's say that this bottom statement was true. Only one bottom statement is false. So that would be impossible because both of these can't be true, right? Oh, wait, sorry. If only... No, that could be fine. Yeah, we're not worried about the top statements right now. We're dealing with the bottoms, right? Only one bottom statement is true. The gems are in the box with the false bottom statement. Only one bottom statement is false. Ooh, wait, shit. I'm also a bit stoned. It's whatever. The bottom statements are what matter because they're the only ones that refer to the gems. Only one bottom statement is false, right? So let's say, but if that one was false, then two of them would be false, for example. Probably. Yeah, it would have to be. And then that would be true. And then that would be true. And for this to be true, only one box has to have a false statement on it, which that would be true then as well, which I have to make this false. Only one bottom statement is true, which is correct. So these would both have to be true, which means this would have to be false, which means it should be in this box. Where the fuck is the tool? Did we not pick up the tool? What the hell? Where's our cursor? Oh, there we go. What the hell? What is up with... Oh, there we go. The pointy... Okay, it should be in there, right? I thought we did it right. Yeah, there we go. We did it. We did it. Okay, we came through that door. We're going through here. Let's go. Usually I like to build from the bottom, but whatever. Hallway is fine. It's not really the best place to use it, but it's an okay place to use it. Den. Oh, it's still not great. It blocks upward path. Den goes upward. We're taking den. We don't have a thing to open that, sadly. Like a sledgehammer or whatever. We pick up the gem. For example, I'm pretty sure there is something to do with the fucking clock in this room that I have not figured out. And I don't really know what's up with it, other than, like, it does tell you the time of day. Oh yeah, there's the other shit. So for example, okay, that's one mystery that I need to be dealing with, which I remember I was like slowly working my way towards, but never focusing on it. Because there's a chessboard in one of the caves, and you definitely need to take note of like where the different chess pieces are, I think, and recreate it. Because this also, I think, has chessboard dimensions. Is it? No, it doesn't. Maybe it's like part of a chessboard. Anyway, I think we do need to take note of that. Maybe we'll start taking screenshots again. There we go. That's a screenshot. We got our... Oh, wait. We didn't take a picture of which room. That's stupid. Oof. Okay, we're really going to have to take notes a little better. Yeah, so there's a white pawn in that room. I'm sure I have some of that screenshot already. Oh, yeah, and then there's also shit with this. I'm pretty sure I solved this one already. The... stairs and stars, right? So there, it's always like the word, and then there's like the letter. This is how you figure out which letter in some of these is. There's like a letter that is the one that's omitted. So stars and stairs. So it's the I is what you would take. But there's a thing about the clocks in this room. There's 3 clocks. They all appear to be the same time. 4 clocks actually. I don't know. To me, it's always the weird thing about 1, 2, 3. No, 5, 6 clocks? 6 clocks in this room. There's something up with the clocks in that room, I feel like. Observatory. It's a pretty good room. There's also some weird shit going on with the maps in the observatory. Will that give us the corner? It will. I guess we're taking that. Even though we don't have entrance to the entrance hall then. Chapel would give us entrance hall, but then we lose a coin every time we walk through it, so it becomes an annoyance. So for example, you can see we got the knight in here, and you can see this is pray, maybe? Oh, it depends on the context. Let's see. Pray, the letter is A. I mean, I think we've discovered all of that before. The mysteries I think I still have in this room. The big one is this fucking thing. I have no idea what's up with this thing. But you can click on it, and it also has a compass. Oh, that's for me to grab, is it not? No, it isn't. Yeah, it has a compass below it as well. We'll screenshot it, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know what's up with this. And you can interact with it, which really makes me think it's significant. Anyway, we gotta go peer in, and I'll look up and see what we get today. As you can see, I've drafted this room quite a few times, so we're getting lots of rewards. We get +1 key, +5 gems, rooms with 4 doors are more common today, a pair of chests has been added to the entrance hall, and apples are extra delicious today. Nice. Which means they restore more footsteps than normal. It's also, some rooms seem to behave differently depending on where you draft them. Yeah, there's all these books in it that you can also take notes on, and like, I don't know, it's it be the brainy note type of game. But those types of games are also very fun when you get them. I guess we're going breakfast nook. The globe kind of reminds me of those old escape room point and click games where everything plays a little animation when you click it. Interesting. Yeah, it definitely has some of that vibe. I mean, like Myst also has that, these like classic point and click games, right? In fact, if you notice, the reference in the stream title here was supposed to be Return to Monkey Island reference, right? Which is a very famous point and click game. Okay, we get a chomp the breakfast. Sometimes it's better to leave that till later in case you get some stuff that makes that more efficient, but we're in the breakfast nook. The breakfast nook has a rook in the nook. I think we solved this already, but we got some, what is it, flan? And where's the other one? Oh, here we go. No, sand and... No, sorry, it's desert and dessert, so it's S. And there's all this shit we have, of course. Yeah, this is just for early people, or like when you start in the game, where it's like, yeah, just so you know, this game has a lot of details. You might want to take some notes. You're probably not going to be like my little brother. I think when I was talking to him about it over the holidays, he was like, he seemed to have not really figured out what this game was about, because I was asking him, like, you know, what his experience was. He's like, oh, well, I was kind of playing it with someone else. It seemed like he was playing it with like a girl he was hooking up with or something, and that they weren't really paying attention. And I was trying to explain to him that if you're playing this game like that, you're kind of, you're not really doing anything. 1 second. I managed to misplace my my green product, but I was sitting on it. Okay, where are we going now? Where are we going? We're in the breakfast nook. I guess we're just gonna peel off some of this area. We got spare bedroom. So that's like an upgraded version of this. Is it not? I think maybe it's not actually. It has no rewards, but it is a bedroom technically. Kitchen. Ooh, commissary is also good. I think we'll go commissary, to be honest. Am I saying that right? I think so. Anyway, the game setting is like in New England. It's like East Coast kind of. Maybe it's even not New England. I don't know. Maine isn't New England at that point, is it? That's the kind of region I imagine it's in. Did they say? It feels very East Coasty. As a West Coast boy. A West Coast boy with a broken lighter, apparently. God damn. This thing don't want to stay lit. 1 second. Okay, let's pick up some stuff here. What do they got? What do they got for me? Shovel is always good. Sledgehammer. Can we get that sledgehammer over there? We can. Yep, nice. There was already one opportunity to use that. Shovel could be useful. We can also trade things we buy back at the post. Oop, wait. Salt shaker, that'll help with food, if I remember correctly. It makes it like more efficient or something. Like you gain 1 from all the food you eat. And the compass, shit, what does the compass do again? What does the compass do again? Oh, I'm trying to remember. I can't remember what the compass does. Do they not have descriptions under the items? Oh, I guess not. Do they really not? For some reason, I thought there was a point at which... Really? I guess they don't. I guess we're just buying everything. Oh. Draw... Oh, yeah. Okay. So it points towards true north more often. I see. Okay. Oh, we just hit a dead end with that commissary, and we're gonna have to go back around anyway, so it's a great time to build out that bottom right. And while we're at it, we can pick up that the chest we missed in here that we need the sledgehammer for. Let's do it. This game is like very quiet. I'm wondering if I've like changed the audio settings from another time. What did we say? We take it up a little? It still sounds really quiet, to be honest. Maybe that's a little nicer for y'all. I don't know. We'll turn it down if you don't like it. We could go north, but I think we're gonna build out the other side before we get too sidetracked. I'm really just kind of going off muscle memory and like how I remember. Oh hey, there should be. Is there one or two of these here? There are two. Great, nice. Oh, the other thing is, I guess now that we have some shit, but we don't really know what's useful yet, because we could technically go into like if we were like, oh, do we really need that compass? We could go. Well, let's just check it out. We can go to the trading post and see if there's anything we can trade this shit for. It will waste some steps though. Okay, let's see what we got. So we could trade in, now that we've opened up some shit with the sledgehammer, what could we trade in for it? Let's see, what would it say? For car keys. Okay, that's interesting. We don't have the garage, but we can get 2 ivory dye for the shovel. The salt shaker, we can get a magnifying glass. Okay, and the compass, the coin purse. The coin purse, is that not like every so much money you get some free money? I want to say that's what it is. I don't know if we're going to trade any of those right now, to be honest. The sledgehammer is what I'm most compelled to trade, but we don't even have the garage. Now, of course, if we don't trade it now and we do get the garage, we'll be wasting a bunch of extra footsteps to go back outside. Especially because we haven't even adjusted the well water level, so we can't just go out through the foundation. But whatever, we're just trying to reorient ourselves at the moment. Oof. How about y'all? What's up with y'all today on this very clear... Is it Sunday where you... I guess it's Sunday almost everywhere actually at the moment. On this clear Sunday. Ooh, an aquarium. Workshop, that's also nice. That's for the hybrid items. The aquarium would give us all paths, which is honestly maybe more useful right now so we don't get end blocked off. Let's do that. And, oh, usually the aquarium has a place to dig. There it is. Yep, and a key. 2 keys. What do we got down here in the corner? So because we have this, we could deal with getting the quest bedroom. Naya says, I've been sick. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. I hope you feel better. Being sick always sucks. Locksmith also wouldn't be bad to have in a corner. I mean, bedroom technically isn't bad either, because it might be a room we end up walking through quite a lot. But these other ones are like all, you know, terminal rooms. Damn it. It's quite risky if we pick a dead end here. But we could get a bunch of extra steps out of it. Bedroom could be the best of both worlds, though, because we could continue go in and out of it. Let's do that. We'll do that. I also feel like maybe there was like one safe that I hadn't solved. I think I had solved most of the safes. Was it the one in the boudoir maybe I hadn't solved? Something like that. I'm not sure. Reddington. It says my tummy hurts. For some reason I imagined Winnie the Pooh when you said that. I have no idea why. He gets tummy aches, right? Oh, hey, there's a pawn in this room. A white pawn. And we got a 10 and a... Oh, yeah, there's also this thing that's pointing down. Fuck, what does that mean again? I mean, sometimes it means that there's hidden spots to dig in the room. Where is he? Coardia says, nothing really going on today. I've literally only come up with some bullet points for a video, and now I'm trying to install Minecraft so I can beat it for the first time. Cool, cool. Good luck with the video. I have never played Minecraft in my life, so I can't help you there. To be honest, I've always found Minecraft kind of aesthetically revolting, but I think I've kind of come to terms with it a little bit more over the years. I guess it's quite formative for a lot of people. Yeah. It's way too, like, Lego-esque for me, maybe. Maybe that's... Yeah. I'm, like, more impacted by the, like, aesthetics of a game than I would like to admit. Like, for example, TF2 is a game I don't think I could ever seriously play because of how it looks. It gives me major Incredibles vibes. Should we go morning room? We don't have to. We could go spare bedroom. Spare bedroom? I think spare bedroom's a good call, actually. Because we don't have to even walk in yet. We can mob. Oh, we do actually. Well, no. We have this corner one, this room here, such that we can go in and out of it without losing anything on that end. Okay, but we are either gonna have to waste our fucking vestibule or do a really shitty room. Archives will fuck us over a bit for the entire rest of the run. Coaria says, I know what you mean. I've never found it revolting because it's just been such a mainstay that it's never crossed my mind. It's so ubiquitous that I wouldn't have considered its aesthetics. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Maybe it's because I'm a little older, so it was not a mainstay. So when it popped up, I was just like, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this? But also, it's sad to say that, like, in the last decade, the video game I put the most hours into is one that I also think is pretty aesthetically bad. So, I don't know what that says about me. I mean, even this game, it definitely doesn't have an aesthetic I vibe with that much. But what I like is I think the aesthetic is very well integrated and thought out for the kind of game it is. And the setting and, like... Oh, I guess we're going to have to waste Vestibule. But that's... it's a really big waste of it. It's just Archives is not... all of these really suck to have to draft here. Especially because they all have 4 and none of them are useful in that manner. Okay, whatever. I guess we're doing that. But now the question is, are we going to hope to go back? I guess we are. Not only that, but are you fucking kidding me? The one we actually needed to use was locked. Only 1 out of the 3 of the, or 4 of them will be locked. Or out of the 3, yeah. You go in every time, and then, like, 1 will be locked. Naya says, I'm surprised you never played Minecraft. Oh, yeah, no way. I mean, yeah, that's really not my age. And, but also, yeah, I don't know. My video game history is kind of weird, because I grew up more of, like, well, I don't know. I essentially, when I got more into music, I pretty much stopped playing video games, right? So, like, I was there for, like, My first console was like an NES, which actually was my stepdad's NES from when he was in college, and then I got an N64 at one point, and my parents were divorced, so at my dad's we did get a PS1 at some point, and then I had there was GameCube and PS2, but then I stopped living with my dad, and I had GameCube, but at some point during the GameCube life cycle, I kind of got out of playing video games and just really into music and stuff. So like I was totally not there for that whole generation or so of games after, and then when I would play a game, I would like emulate like, you know, Final Fantasy VIII or something like that. Yeah. And then it wasn't until maybe like 6 years ago that I started playing video games more again. That's not completely true. I would have occasional forays, but especially when I brought this PS3 back, I was like, I'm gonna play some of the games from this generation that I never played any video games of, because why fucking not? And it's been great. Like Dark Souls especially was such a fun journey to have. Whoa, Great Hall this early. That's kind of crazy. We do have a lot of keys. That's very interesting. I think we're gonna do it. This could be really stupid. Let's see how stupid that is. I was one of the kids that was mad into Minecraft PvP. Damn, Minecraft PvP. I would probably say the generation of games I played the most like games on was like the PS2 GameCube generation. But I think I have a kind of idiosyncratic favorite GameCube game list, especially because a lot of them are games that should have come out for the Dreamcast or did come out for the Dreamcast. Like I was really I mean, Phantasy Star Online is one of my favorite games of all time. I was a big Melee fan, I guess, so that counts as a Nintendo one. But I was never like a big Zelda guy, for example. I was really big into, I don't know if y'all know this game, Capcom vs. SNK 2. Cited by some people as the greatest fighting game of all time. There was a GameCube version of it that people don't like as much as the Dreamcast one, but it was the only one I ever got to play, so I was still a big fan of it. It's like, it incorporates mechanics from a ton of different fighting games. And you can like pick between mechanics for different characters and stuff. It's very deep. What was the other ones? I was very into Skies of Arcadia, if you know that. That was like in fact, I have it still here. That was like a JRPG that was, again, initially made for the Dreamcast, but then kind of got like a GameCube release where it had fewer random encounters and maybe a couple other quality of life improvements. Ooh, the lab could be quite good. Shall we go lab? We're gonna go lab. I don't know if we need to go into it yet, though. I'd kind of like to unlock more of these rooms first. Oh, this one isn't going to go anywhere, is it? It can't. We won't do that one yet. We'll try to unlock the ones that can go places first, I guess. Claudia says, I got pretty into Anarchy servers. Is that a type of Minecraft server? I was also, you know what a game I was really into? I was really into Super Monkey Ball. That was a fun fucking game. In terms of, I'm just thinking of console stuff now. GameCube stuff. No, I mean, in the last handful of years, new stuff I play is usually like indie type games, I guess. Or like games in this space, in like the same space as like Hades and like if it's not a Japanese game, it is probably one of these, you know, acclaimed roguelike type things. We don't even need this to go anywhere technically, right? Like hallway is kind of nice, but we don't need it. It does make a couple things more convenient maybe for circling back around. Let's do it. I don't know, I definitely, like, you know, I played Undertale and whatnot, and Deltarune, but playing Void Stranger last year really kind of kicked me in the ass. I was just like, wow, this is the most I like thought about a game while and after playing it in a long time. I kept on telling people I think that like system erasure is for me what I think Toby Fox is for a lot of people. I definitely like how they toned down the humor quite a bit compared to Toby. Toby Fox has a lot of this kind of like millennial like web comic humor, I think. And the system erasure people definitely do not have that, like, at all. What is this one? Sand and and, so the letter is S. Times there. Any chess pieces? Ooh, what's this in here? I've never noticed this. Oh, it's just a bunch of jars. Shouldn't there be one other thing in here? No? Claudia says, yeah, server with no rules, so the meta changes because everyone uses hack clients. Almost a different game, really. Completely different cultures and norms. Oh, that sounds pretty wild. I really want the system erasure people to release a new fucking game. Oh, hey. What does this one do again? Greater chance of finding items. Nice. I guess we're dovetailing back to the hallway. Oh no, we gotta go to the lab first. We didn't run any experiment here. Experiment setup. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so whenever we draft it, okay, or we could go immediately, or every time we eat an apple. And the rewards can be permanently add 1 gold to the allowance. That's the fucking best one, because it applies to every single run we do here on 4th. Now the real question is, do we think we'll get apples? I believe there are 2 additional shop rooms we could be drafting. Is that right? We've currently drafted 2. Does the trading post count as a shop room? Maybe. Okay, so there's maybe 2 different shop rooms that we can draft. It's probably better than immediately, but it's guaranteed. Each time we eat an apple could be good if we get the kitchen, though, because that should give us several apples. I feel like that actually has the highest chance of coming true. And even though it doesn't help this run, I think we have to do that because that's just the best. Yeah. Nice. Was there anything else we wanted to do here? We could look at the research logs and see what we've been doing. Yeah, let's see what we were doing before we stopped playing this game, huh? Each time you unlock or bypass a security door, set your steps to 40. Oh, that's pretty good. For each bedroom you draft after your second, gain 3 gold for each red room in your house. Okay. Whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in your house. Claudia says, I thought Toby Fox was much funnier 7 years ago. I love Undertale and consider it to be something like Final Fantasy VII for Zoomers based on influence, but like Final Fantasy VII, you just sort of had to be there, you know? No clue how well Undertale has aged. Oh yeah, I mean, I think Undertale is great. No question. What year did I play it in? 2018? I want to say I played Undertale in 2018. What year did it come out? 2017? Is that right? Or was it earlier than that? I think 2018 is when I played it. I actually personally like Deltarune better. I think Deltarune is really, really good. It's not that I don't like Toby Fox. I actually really like his games, but I will say that there's something about his comedy that I don't love. I don't know. Yeah. It's really this kind of... I mean, he comes from that whole scene. That whole, like, webcomic scene, right? 2016 is when Undertale came out? Okay. Interesting. But yeah, I don't know. The system erasure stuff is just really, it kind of, for me, hit the confluence of influences maybe in a more satisfying way. I mean, it is just kind of a little like more serious. I guess, no, Toby Fox is definitely serious too. He just jokes a lot. I don't know. He has a very specific kind of persona and brand. Even the way he like presents himself is very, you know, jokey almost. Oh, I think we do have the login for this written down somewhere. I'm forgetting now. Fuck. Yeah, there's also this whole thing you can do here, which is a whole nother, like, electricity different puzzle that has to do with the periodic table of elements. I can't remember if I solved this puzzle or not. God damn it. I definitely have used this to get something on before. I just don't remember if we solved the entire puzzle here. Oh my god, are we gonna pull up the periodic table of elements? I'm sure it's just we have to... okay, 1 second. I'm gonna have to pull up the periodic table of elements on my phone. I do think we did this though before, but let's just triple check. Okay, so we got H. Oh, I guess there's also the fucking numbers too. Let's just spell out the word first, okay? Okay, well, first of all, just H by itself makes no sense because the next one is fluorine, which is F. What? And then the next one is neon, which is Ne. Okay, so something, what's going on here? Maybe C, maybe it's letters of the alphabet. No, that can't be right. I do think we had solved this. Maybe we don't need to worry about it. Colaria says, what's Zero Ranger about? Is it like a sister game to Void Stranger, given that they rhyme? Yeah, so, I mean, my experience with it was that I played Void Stranger through, like, the first route, and then got somewhere in the second one and realized that I was probably going to need to play Zero Ranger before I continued with Void Stranger, because it was pretty clear that they were related, even though I knew very little about Zero Ranger. And that is completely true. They are very much part of the same overarching story. I mean, I could even shift to playing Zero Ranger at some point on the stream, because I'm actually not bad at Zero Ranger. I'm pretty okay at Zero Ranger. I've played it on stream a couple times. It's, I mean, it's very mecha anime vibe. The two main characters are like two like sisters who pilot mech, and they, you know, there's a bunch of Gynax references, and it has a big universe-defying, you know, battle, and it's about some fucking religious cosmic shit, kind of. It has like a lot of Buddhist imagery, although in the version that I would be playing, all the Buddhist imagery is removed, because after you get a certain ending, it like takes out all of the Buddhist stuff from the game. Yeah, I don't know, it's really fucking good. I wouldn't say too much about it, but I mean, I can highly recommend both of those games. Pretty different in some of the mechanics, you could say. Pretty similar in some of the mechanics also. Can't just be the order you need to flip them in, can it? We got 3... Oh, there's no 12, so it absolutely can't be that. Why the fuck is there an arrow pointed here, then? Isn't it like a Danmaku? Yeah, exactly. It's a shmup. It's a shmup. It has lots of, like, internal shmup references, also. It, like, there's apparently, like, lots of combinations or, like, mini bosses that refer to bosses from shmup history and shit. And, like, even, like, meta things based on their setting. Like, there's this whole cave level, like a side-scrolling cave level, which is apparently a very infamous shmup thing. I don't remember what the fuck this, oh my god. It's also attached to here. What is going on? Have we yet tackled any of this stuff? Look at this, huh? Look at this schizo science stuff going on the wall. Can you believe we're supposed to solve these mysteries somehow? You got P and, what? A peak? Okay, so the letter is K, yeah. I do think I solved this at some point. I did the whole phrase. I think I've solved the mystery related to that. Anything else interesting in here? What's this? Oh yeah, this is for adjusting. There's definitely something that I need to do in relation to this. Maybe I've done it once already. There's like a freezing room, and you can melt the stuff in the freezing room, and then there's a bunch of other items that you get. You can melt the stuff in the freezer, and then you get a bunch of other items, I think. What does it say here again? Yeah, this guy's tripped out because he can't find his way around the house. Every time I see this, it looks like a trombone mouthpiece to me. It's going... Note-taking game, make brain hurty. Yeah, I mean, this is why I was like, oh, fuck, I should probably get back on this game before I forget everything. But it seems I've already forgotten quite a bit. I literally took hundreds and hundreds of screenshots that I would also like to be able to delete. It would be another good motivation to finish the game, is just delete all these damn screenshots I took. Okay, well, regardless, this shit can't work until you get power from the boiler room, which means you have to draft the boiler room near it, or in a series of power-connected rooms, which I have already fucked up, I think. So I guess we're not solving that mystery today, or at least in this session. Oh, hey, the periodic table is here, the way they have it. H, F, N, E. Yeah, that's all correct. I guess we're mobbing back to the Great Hall. We got 3 keys. We should keep at least 1. Honestly, if we were more responsible, we'd probably be keeping 2 of them. Please don't... Okay. It'd be nice to have a way up to the foundation, I gotta say. But I really don't want to deal with any of these other fucking rooms, so I guess not. This could be bad. It means we have to circle all the way back. We don't have any easy cut-through point. We got a couple keys, though. That's nice. There's usually some hidden shit in here. We got a pawn in here. A white pawn again. Yeah, we got a rod and a road. So A is the letter. If you guys didn't notice, right, this game, also the name is like, you know... Oh shit, what is that? Have we seen this before? I think we probably have. What is on that note there? Why can't we get a better angle at it? That note is very inconveniently placed. Do we need the mag... Oh, here we go. Oh, it's just that. It's your boy. Is that everything in here? Yeah. I guess we're... Oh, we could try to loop up back around. It would save us a lot of steps. Also, we got a couple keys, so we can maybe loot the rest of these rooms. What do we got here? We got a clock and a lock. Kolaria, did you, I actually noticed you deleted, or you like privated a bunch of the vids on your channel, no? Again? I don't think I had watched all of the recent 1 hour long one. I'd only seen a little. Hard to keep up always with, the movements in the space. Channels be going, they be coming, stuff be public, they be private, they be unlisted, they be listed to get back again, they be hopping on archive.org, they be hopping off of archive.org, they be hopping on to a different archive.org. To be fair, it's not that complicated actually. So which one did that open up? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Damn it. Oh, who was paying it? Oh, it should say on here, actually. That opened up the right one. Okay. Not that that's really our end goal. That'd be the typical end goal, but that's not really very helpful for us. Did we get all of them? Boom, boom. Boom. We got everything here. Yeah, I guess. Oh, this one. I did. Actually, I didn't know you were watching my stuff. But it's because my view counts just make me uncomfortable. Shit's hitting 60 views in a day. I have a playlist with all my videos. Yeah, I'm a sporadically prolific watcher of the DempaTube type vids. I don't know. It's hard to make a claim like this, but I would definitely wager that I'd be up there as someone who's seen some of the largest amount of these types of vids. Specifically when I was making the meta mix, before that I'd already of course watched a lot, but then because I had the idea for that project maybe almost a year before I actually showed it or like completed it or whatever, I watched an insane amount of videos in the process of that, and like I don't know, I watched a lot of things multiple times and would like write down quotes and timestamps, and I had a very crazy document going on my computer at the time of making that, where I was just trying to get a hold on like topics and ways of relating things to each other, discovering lots of little channels. So yeah, I like staying on top of that kind of stuff, I guess. I find sometimes I even end up like watching channels that I don't even like that much, or who's like, I don't know. I mean, it's interesting to see all the different vibes. Everyone's got a different vibe. Some people are more sad. Kolwaria, I feel like, I hope you don't mind me saying this, I feel like your channel comes off as a bit more angry than your average DempaTube channel. You definitely got some of that angry vibe. I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I just like kind of observing the different flavors, you could say, you know? Like the flavors, they use a lot of the same spices sometimes, but sometimes, you know, they're used in different amounts, and yeah. Rotunda is very useful here. It's expensive, but useful. I mean, I got into a habit back when I was making the meta mix, like a habit I got really into, just for discovering channels and random videos, and especially like if you ever get into somebody like for example, I mean, there's a lot of channels like this, but the big one for me is like Jale was probably always my favorite of the DempaTube people in terms of material. Also, maybe why I don't have the same perception. I mean, I have a very different, I think, definition of DempaTube than some people, and I don't look at it really as just like lo-fi like neat or hiki vlogs or anything like that. Like a lot of the Jolly videos aren't vlogs at all, and they're really good still and really interesting. Some of my favorite stuff. I don't even think the vlog is like has to be the essential format, even though it's like the dominant one. Anyway, that's a long way of getting to me saying that I used to just hop on comments. Like I'd find someone, like a comment from a video, and I'd just like check out that channel and see if they had any videos on that channel, right? And you find a lot of interesting things through doing that. Specifically, Jale has a lot of different accounts with like small numbers of videos that will be like, there'll be like an account that will have commented on a Jale video, but it'll actually be like another Jale Dempa account, that kind of shit, you know. I like that kind of shit. But so because I used to, yeah, I don't know, because I did that, I got into the habit of just kind of like, if I see comments on people's vids, I click on it to see if those people make similar vids. Do we want to waste the passageway here? Kind of. I would really like to get horizontally across. Oh, we could rotate it. Would be the call, actually. Ooh, that's not the way. Oh shit, actually doesn't help. Fuck, that was a waste. I'm quite interested to see where things go at the moment. I need to upload some of the vids I've been cooking up a little. Well, I guess one of them will be for the DCRS thing. I just need to finish it. And then I have another video as well that I need to finish. Although, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna post it. The thing is, it's using a bunch of material from this like very early, I guess you could say like they're kind of proto-Dempa or whatever. Like there's someone who was doing videos that you could definitely already call Dempa videos in like 2016, and they were very much someone who's inspired by Digi. I think they were definitely in contact with Osaka. Osaka would probably know more, but this channel is called Magos. I mean, Magos has a couple channels, and there was even there was even this like PCP podcast thing. I'm pretty sure Osaka was on this once, maybe, called the Pro Masticators podcast. That seemed to be like led by Magos, but Magos has some pretty interesting old stuff. Some of it which is like I was watching an early Magos video the other day, and there was some of the speech mannerisms it was like a 2016 Magos video, and some of the speech mannerisms were totally almost identical to how No would talk in his early videos. And I was like, man, I actually have never asked No if No got some vibe from Magos, but there was a lot of similarities there. Anyway, I have a video that will probably be coming out at some point called Reanimating the Protoculture. That is it's very much in the vibe of the actual vids on my channel, which is it's in this space between like experimental composition and like a Dempa video. So this one is it's a little more on the composery side, but it's like mostly made with material from some of these Magus videos, but they're like very cut up. And he does have like an active Twitter, so I actually wrote to him on Twitter to ask if it was okay, and I sent him a draft of the first few minutes of the video. It was like a month or so ago, and I was like, hey, is it okay if I publish this? Like, I'll of course link to your channel. I always like to do this if I'm using a lot of someone's content in something. And he hasn't responded. I realize I had weird Twitter settings because I don't really use Twitter, and then but also he probably might have it so that like random people can't message him. So all I know is he hasn't even read the message, and I wrote him again a second time, and now I'm just like, whatever, I guess I'll just like fucking publish the video, and if he gets annoyed, I'll take it down, because I've tried writing to him twice now about whether or not it's okay if I publish the video. But yeah, so I guess I'll be uploading that at some point in the near future. It really just needs a little retooling in the middle section. I wanted to put, there's like this text-to-speech that's mostly in Japanese for like the whole middle half of the piece, that I think I will subtitle some of. I mean, it's kind of also interesting, I guess, if people have to hear the Japanese, but there's like multiple other things going on, and then, well, it's just a general question of intelligibility. You know, how much do I want people to understand without making much of an effort, and how much of it am I happy if it's just, you know, listened to as a piece, kind of. But yeah, Koaria says, your comment hopping strategy is literally how I was depending people on finding my videos. Yeah, it's a good call for sure. Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's certainly the best way that I know to find the vids. And Naya says, is Jale inactive now or just making stuff elsewhere? As far as I'm concerned, Jale is inactive. Well, that's not completely true. I don't know if you know, like, her website. She sometimes writes things on there. It's a very interesting website. The tagging system is really cool. So here we did get the boiler room, but there's no way we're going to be able to get power to the laboratory from that, right? Let's do cloister in hopes of making that work. Guys, want to see this cool trick with the cloister? This took me a couple tries to figure out, because, you know, you see all this shit in here and you're like, oh, I can dig this shit up, right? How do I get to it? How do I get to it? Well, this is very point and click. You have to fucking click there and there, and then it opens up. How ridiculous is that? How the fuck are you supposed to figure that out? I mean, it took me quite a while to figure that out. I knew there was some way to get in. And then, yeah, like, if you move around the room around, you will get the hand over there, but damn. It doesn't scream to you. Okay, so this is the problem we're going to start to run into as we get up to this rank, which is that we haven't drafted a security room, and we don't have a security card, which means we have no way of getting through those doors, so we gotta deal with that sooner rather than later. Let's draft the side first and then move in. Ooh, let's see, the foyer. Oh. All hallway doors are always unlocked. Now that would have been extremely base to have before we used a bajillion keys in the Great Hall. Her websites are one of the first ones if you search Dempa on Gemini. Whoa, nice. Damn, I a base Gemini user. I have to say I have never used Gemini. How is it? Very neat. Sort of on topic. Did you see Osaka relisted all his stuff? I did, but in typical wild fashion, did you notice it was like Osaka came out with the, I mean, I don't want to be obsessed about it because I'm like, I don't care at all. It's more now that you brought it up, but the Osaka like came up, released a video. Was it yesterday? I think I saw it last night. All I know is then today that video is gone. The one that was called like Return or whatever. That video is gone, but now like yesterday some of the channel was back. I mean, it was all explained in the video. If you saw the video, you know. But I thought it was pretty funny that the explanation of returning video was already gone by today. Such is the ephemeral nature. And one thing that's very interesting about this is I guess people will be a lot more careful about archiving stuff once like they see a channel do that. Cole Audio says, damn, I didn't see that one. See? How are people even supposed to follow what's going on when stuff changes so fast? It was fine. It was just if I could summarize, well, it's not in good faith to do these summaries for someone else when they can't speak or evaluate it, but I will attempt to, albeit probably poorly. So I would say it was just like, yo, I'm coming back. I was away for a bit. Like there was nothing wrong with me, which we all knew, but it was like, oh, it was very nice that people were quite worried. And, you know, so, you know, it was, I was heartened by the, you know, outpouring of people caring about my videos and like just being surprised that many people actually cared about them being there. And Osaka was saying like, you know, putting your face and like in the age of, you know, mass surveillance and AI and whatever. No, he says, wow, huh, it's back. Oh, that's really funny. Okay. Is it back? The return video? Damn, see, I can't even stay on top of it. Well, I don't even need to summarize it then. You could just watch it, I guess, if it's back. But it was, yeah, just that like, okay, well, I decide like I'm already actually out there, and like even if I wanted to delete my stuff, like they've already got the stuff and people like my stuff, so might as well service that community and make some fucking vids for the people and for myself. I think that was the summary of it essentially. Okay, which one are we picking? Which one are we picking? I guess we're picking foyer just so we... Oh, do we need that though? We don't really. It's nice that we could go right into the den there and then work our way back up. Whatever, we're gonna waste our gems on it. Probably a bad call. Okay, there's also some shit I need to figure out in this room, which is like... Yeah, we got Lord William Epstein over here. Oh, are you allowed to say Epstein on stream? I guess you are, right? They're not gonna like not show people my stream. Whatever, it doesn't matter. There's like 2 people watching. No, not the video, his channel. Oh, okay. I mean, to be fair, the video is just an explanation of why the channel is back. Which maybe no, people don't need anyway. It's just like, yo, the channel's back. Baron Thomas Sinclair. Major Nicholas Key. Oh, this was, yeah. Major Key. Major Key. Right. I wonder what happens if you draft this room going into the antechamber. I've never done that, I don't think. Oh, we need to collect the letters. That's the other thing. The red letters. It seems like we still need 3 of them, probably. Or, yeah. Major Nicholas Key. Was there 2 of them? Is that right? No. That can't be right. No, there's only 1. There can only be 1 major key. Security. Okay, that's a good one for us to get right now, for sure. Yeah, there's a very funny thing where this is actually a false thing. You find something else at one point that tells you that like the red notes aren't true or whatever. Or like shit like this where it's like the terminal password is like crossed out, but then if you like there's a way to unveil it. I kind of forget how. Tie and tier, so it's R. Anyway, let's do this shit here. So we need to key cards. Oh, we can also see if we missed anything. We didn't miss anything. Okay, good. Key card system. And we would like to key card system settings. We are going to make the security level high. Is that right? And then we offline. Oh no, because so the problem is if we set this as high. Actually that's a major problem. Okay, I guess we're gonna set it to low right now and unlocked and low because we don't have the closet. If I remember correctly, you still actually need the closet to be able to get them off. Post Osaka Dempa Chen had notably degraded in quality, though IMO. The 20 people who post on the board really got thrown for a loop. Yeah? Maybe. I mean, certainly some people were kind of freaking out in a really unjustified way. If we want to trace the timeline of whatever we want to call this, the Neo-Dempa Renaissance period or whatever, it's been like a month, right? Has it been about a month? Maybe it was even a little more than a month at this point. Whenever there was that first Osaka video that was made, right? Yeah. My experience, I don't know. Like, for example, the reason why I did a stream and decided to post a video again was mostly just because people have been saying this for a long time. Like, in the last year, it's repeatedly mentioned. But people are just being like, oh, like, is Dempa Tube dead? Is Dempa dying? Which is definitely not the case, in my opinion. But you also, I guess, got to help people. I don't know. Anyway. I just wanted to put something into the ether just so that people, felt somewhat better, I guess. I don't know. It probably didn't accomplish that at all. But it was nice to see lots of people making little channels. But I think my experience was that, like, initially, the, like, initial Osaka departure and then return or whatever was, a catalyst for a lot of people, like, kind of stepping up and being like, hey, we need to, like, succeed the next generation. But I also feel like maybe there was a bit too much of... People seemed really eager, in my opinion, and a little too eager to try to, like, spearhead this... I mean, I guess people were calling it Neo-Dempa or whatever, but just kind of spearhead, like... essentially positioning themselves as successors to what had happened, even though they a lot of people maybe, I don't know, I mean, whatever, whether people are successors or not, I guess it doesn't matter a ton. But I could see, I don't know how people like No felt about this exactly, but at least from my perception, it felt a little bit like people were trying to just jump to kind of like, now that what people perceived as like the main Dempas or whatever were like, kind of absent from the stage, people were trying to kind of assume the spotlight and kind of redirect, if you want to even be charitable and call it a movement, like redirect the movement or whatever. And I don't know, I just feel like a lot of the people who are being the most vocal about that had no idea what it was really like about, or like, and not that you can't participate without knowing what it's about. But I think it's a little weird to kind of try to drive the ship without knowing the map or whatever. I don't know. I don't want to throw shade at anyone necessarily. It was just my perception a little bit, was that people got like a little too like fervor about it, and then there seemed to be backlash as well to that. And then also when Osaka then jumped off again, a lot of people seemed to follow suit, and there was this whole like collective resignation type thing. And I predicted, I was definitely like, I bet Osaka's just gonna take a break and be back, because you don't be someone who puts out videos that frequently for like a decade and just like be that. I don't know. I wasn't ever worried. And also Osaka do whatever they want. That's totally you know, I don't care. It's good for people to be stoked about what they were doing. But it seemed kind of wild, the whiplash, I think. Claudia says, well, I think people really just wanted Osaka syndrome too. Yeah, when that's just not something that could ever happen. Yeah, totally. I mean, for sure. And nor should it happen. It would be my more take. Like, it doesn't even need to happen. How we do online steps? Check and would. Okay, we don't need code check. I guess we're taking this. Yeah, we got the car keys. Good thing we didn't trade for them earlier. But I was totally stoked to seeing a lot of new people, you know, trying out vids. I think there's a lot of promise around. And to be honest, in my opinion, the people who have already gotten themselves off of YouTube are like the ones who I personally thought were like trying to jump on things a little. I don't know. I feel like the people who are sticking around and putting videos on YouTube are really doing the kind of like Dempa thing and seem to fit a lot of the. Oh shit! Is the audio out? 1 second. Oh, it's just you. Okay. Like for example, I don't know. I would say my favorite of the new gen Dempa people is Sensaidu. I think Sensaidu is so like fitting, like has like a great recipe for a Dempa tuber. As in, you're an otaku. You've kind of followed some of the like digibro, like post digisphere. You have idiosyncratic interests that are kind of extreme or weird in some way that not everybody else in the scene has, but that people might have some like tangential interest in watching you talk about, and that also seem kind of like contemporary in a way. There's like, I mean, a lot of different people have different topics. I think, yeah, like Osaka's forayed into a lot of them. Like Osaka was way more gaming oriented at one point. In recent years had gotten way more like language learning, like kind of online language learning pilled. But someone like No would have been, you know, kind of a Linux tinkerer or into various like esoteric internet stuff, whereas Jolly was more of like an actual coder type. But I really think the kind of nootropic, like hormonal experimentation in Sensaidu is such a good addition to the Dempa tube sphere. It is like the exact kind of stuff where it's like, yes, I would love to have a Dempa tuber talk about this sort of thing and do this. Do I want to do this to myself? Like, not really. But it's sick to I don't know. Definitely a voice that I like. And just in terms of topic. Whereas, I don't know, like everyone just brings something different. Like Flaneur, I think, is kind of going for more of like an aesthetic thing, which I also think is very important to keep the kind of tradition of it being videos, and that actually, like, you know, having something that's interesting to look at and listen to isn't a bad thing. Cool Audio says it really is cool. Also, he's doing a bunch of scripted stuff, which aren't getting that much of are those some of the private? Yeah, I mean, I think, oh fuck, man, I'm gonna have to drop one of these get one of these shitty ones. We're about to be screwed if we do the weight room, which I guess we're gonna have to do. Well, that's gonna kill our run. Not only that, but I actually think he has a pretty good feel for, like, even though he doesn't really do videos, he does like more the classic Osaka slideshow type thing. But he has a pretty good sense for what images to place where and like getting them from good places. I was a unabashed Maho Shoujo Magical Destroyers fan, so it's pretty fun to see some of those characters show up also. Oh man, I think we've really fucked ourselves. This can be locked? Oh, we're fucked. Is there anything? Oh, we can go back into the rotunda. Yeah. Well, good luck here. We might have just killed our run. And we, like, just ate all of our steps to do so. That was really stupid. But, like, I think everyone has a different thing that they're looking for or thinking of as essential and, like, exciting about this space. For example, I was noticing that in the last month, there's been a big obsession with authenticity and sincerity which is actually something that I don't even personally believe in. Like, I think when you're watching something and you perceive it as authentic, that's way more you projecting onto that, and I think it's a very weird and arrogant thing to do. I'm more experienced with doing this in relation to music, but like, if you can just humor me for a second and imagine that you know someone and you see an artwork by them, a film, a piece of music, whatever, and that film is like you feel like it's dissonant with your perception of that person, as in it's expressing something that you wouldn't expect that person to express. That doesn't necessarily make it insincere. Like, people are really complex, and they have parts of themselves that they don't normally like express on a day-to-day basis or in like an interpersonal social way, and also that like we're really fluid, so some days like you might be oriented towards a certain type of expression and others like a different mode, and even the way you're communicating can really influence that. So I don't know, I think like calling something yeah, the what I call it authenticity politics, I think get really slippery. I really don't like them. Yeah. And I noticed there was a lot of focusing on that like a Dempa video is like, it's like raw and like authentic, but at the same time there was an awareness of how you're inherently performing for the camera, right? So like, you know, both the and then the concern with like, well, what was Mint Dempa saying, like being corrupted by the camera or something, like the idea that that you're like becoming lesser because you're being captured by the camera, or that like that's literally corrupting, that's like a disease on your like unfiltered, true, authentic expression, except for the fact that we're always fucking performing for different contexts, huh? How about that? Like, there isn't a true you know, uninhibited context to draw from. Like, everything is like a setting or a situation or a context that is influencing how you perform. And hey, there's some good things you can take from that. It means you don't gotta be so fucking concerned with whether or not you're being authentic or sincere the whole time. That doesn't mean that's an excuse to be super stupid and post-ironic about everything either. But I also think like, yeah, the obsession with authenticity really kind of grinds my gears a bit. And I guess I get it on YouTube, because there's a lot of like, there's a lot of clearly marketed material on YouTube, right? Where it's really easy to tell that like this person is putting on a performance for a certain degree of success or visibility or money. I guess we got this, which means this is like a series of rooms. The classroom's a series of rooms that you can then there's an exam at the end, and you're supposed to learn shit from all the different rooms, and like take fucking images of them and then take the exams. But you have to draft them in order, if I remember correctly. Let's just do this then. No, I said, I think people just want to feel like they're talking with a personal friend when they watch Dempa stuff. Yeah, well, this actually cuts to the heart of something that I've been thinking about a lot recently, which is I mean, it has its relation to like comfortability and kind of like disconnectedness, right? Like, this is I might have mentioned on a previous stream that I have like some title for a rant video in my head called "I Have a Bone to Pick with Comfy." Because even the like idea of comfy as a inherent value is kind of funny to me, or like, what does that mean, especially in the context of like media that might want to be kind of experimental, right? And also this idea that for example, that the most kind of genuine or raw expression of yourself would be one that would even be intelligible to other people. Like, this is something that I really like about a lot of Jolly's stuff, is that a lot of Jolly's work seems slightly unconcerned with how much it's actually communicating with the audience, and seems a lot more concerned with just like
expressing or like making something that you know they're excited about. It's in some ways it's kind of the opposite of like the just straight up like vlog. I'm talking at the camera. For example, you see a lot of people actually on Denpa-chan, like there's a common like discussion that gets circled back to, which kind of if I was going to really reduce it, means something like couldn't everyone just stop making videos on YouTube, and couldn't they just make blog posts? And that I don't get at all, because it like operates under the assumption that the core of the video, it could be captured by just like writing the text, and it's so different. Like they're not comparable at all. You know, the appeal of like a DempaTube video is not captured in a like blog post, in my opinion. Like it really does not capture what I'm interested in about that almost at all. So I don't think it's like a usable replacement. Colardia says, well, just like Dempa, everyone in the sphere has a different definition of comfy anyway. Yeah. I mean, that is true also. Like, and there's also some funny, like, positioning of what you, like, say is comfy. Like, someone was like, for me, harsh noise is comfy. I like to fall asleep to the harsh noise, right? Which, that's chill, that's fine. Like, that's actually not a very abnormal thing to say at all in some sense. Like, people fall asleep to room noise all the time or whatever. White noise, thunderstorms, whatever. But I think it's also to do with like when I was teasing this out in my head a bit more, it's this idea, I think I mentioned this already on a previous stream, that somehow comfy, like the Dempa interest in comfy somehow stems from this idea that like the world, the outside world, is inherently uncomfy and hostile to my existence, and thus I must build the comfy. I must create my own refuge, right? Either in my home or on my computer, my own kind of ecosystem that is comfortable, that doesn't feel hostile to my existence. And so then what's at stake in the comfy there is kind of like desire to continue living, or to, I don't know, flourish would be kind of not a good word, because I don't think really it's about flourishing, but it's about kind of like being able to maintain homeostasis, right? But there's something kind of inherently on it, like anti-experimental about that, which is maybe partly why it grinds my gears. Colardia says, I agree. I want to explore the nation of video as a medium. Like, you can't distill the nature of a Flinner video into a blog post. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I'm mostly interested in audio visuality. So it's just the blog really just doesn't fucking capture that at all. It really doesn't. Even the like videos that are just talking don't capture it. They can play with it sometimes, especially like I don't know if you've seen my DempaTube meta mix that I put together, but there are several segments that have no video over them. Some of which initially did have video over them, and some of them don't. And they can be used for some interesting effects in relation to other segments, I think. Especially because the idea of like having no video on YouTube is like an inherently negative choice in the first place. Which is quite different from the other medium. I work in music, where the choice of having video is a positive choice, as in, you know, on YouTube, you would assume that the video is going to have video, right? So you're having to defy the norm to put video into it. You said your meta mix was one of the first Dempa videos I ever watched. Whoa. Nice. That's cool. I hope it didn't set you off on the wrong course. That's interesting. It certainly, I mean, it was kind of made like that. I mean, it was made to be able to expose people to it, but it was also very much made to be screened like for a live kind of experimental music audience at the same time. I don't know, there was multiple things I was concerned with about it. In some ways, it's really just how I was making sense of connecting all these things in my head. I mean, even positioning someone like Pars in there, who was actually, I think, the reason why I decided to make the... Whoa, do I have some stuff here to pick up? Can I retrieve some stuff? Oh, there's not anything. Okay. Because Pars was really not associated with the DempaTube stuff at all at the time, technically. Like, he was very influenced by Pars early on. But certainly in the way I, like, he wasn't, like, socially associated with the rest of them, really. Although I do think him and Kareyasu would comment on each other's videos. I actually think that's how I first found Kareyasu, was from a comment on a Par's video. They both like cars. There's one fucking Kareyasu video that I always think about that I fucking wish someone else had. I would ask for it on Deppa-chan, but considering like the only one there who's posted Kareyasu videos has been me, I think it's unlikely that anyone else has it, because it was a video that it wasn't on his main channel. It was like after he took off all the stuff from his main channel or deleted his main channel, there was like another fucking video of his that popped up. It was like a different channel, and it was such a ridiculous video. It was like a video, it was using that format of like, I'm here, but mentally I'm here, I think. And it was like like him driving or whatever, like the driving footage that he likes to use a lot. But then it was like watching one of his videos in a room in VR chat. And I remember being a very interesting video that I totally wish I had downloaded. Claudia says, I got into Dempa around 3 to 4 months ago. I have to be the newest gen. Damn. And also said, you have to be the only guy who has Kareyasu stuff archived and publicly available, I swear. I believe I am literally the only person who has that. I also realized after I said on Dempa-chan that I didn't know how to get a hold of him, that I actually am friends with him on my anime list. So I probably should write to him on there or something. I have a lot of my anime list friends, like almost 700. So it was very easy for me to forget that I actually am friends with him on Mal. Oh wait, why am I pressing that? Oh, what's the puzzle here? 10 intent, so it's T. Okay, this room was a total bonk. Interesting. Getting into it only 3 or 4 months ago is probably pretty interesting. Like, this is also a funny thing in relation to people constantly saying it's like dying or whatever, is that I felt like when I was making the meta mix, it was dying. Because when I started making that, all the channels had their stuff up. I don't know if Dotes had unlisted the videos yet, but I think maybe that hadn't even happened. I think maybe everyone had the stuff up still. And then in the process of me making it, Jale like unlisted all the videos. Dotes unlisted all the videos. Kareyasu deleted all the videos. And YouTube deleted the Artificial Night Sky channel. Like, all of that happened in the process of me making it. And so there was a point in my making it where like a pretty good chunk, maybe like 50% of the content or whatever, maybe more even, was like not publicly accessible without you know, doing some playlist hunting. Oh fuck, that's locked too. Have we just ended the run then? Is every room that we could go into locked? I think so. Fuck. Anyway, so that was the moment where I really felt like it was dying, and that was like in 2022, I think, at one point. Which is why when people are like, it's dying, I kind of don't take it seriously anymore. Especially when it's like saying it after there's been a month with tons of videos released. I mean, if you know, you know, but there's even another secret channel by one of the main Dempa people that has definitely released quite a few videos in the last month. If you know, you know. Wait a second, how is it? Oh, because it's the door that's there, yeah. So that door is, wait, are we, do we triple confirm that this door was locked? It's also funny because I actually might, I'll have to look. Did I upload the Kareyasu Minecraft video? Because at the time, I was also working on kind of like another video that was, it was kind of a similar format to Dempitude Metamix, but at the same time it was quite different because it was like algorithmically edited. Like I wrote like a fucking Python script to algorithmically edit like a folder with a bunch of video files in it. And that had a bunch of this like video with Minecraft material, and I think I must have uploaded that maybe, or either that or that's somewhere else, and I need to find that one because it's possible that I have a couple others that I didn't end up using in the Metamix at all, but that I had on the computer for other purposes. But I actually barely use any of him talking in the metamix. I was, yeah, I was much more just interested in some of the like aesthetic material that he had and pairing it with other stuff. Like one of my favorite sections in the metamix has got to be, God damn it, it is truly all locked. And the one in the close, that one was also fuck. Oh, how is this open? Oh, it's open because we came through it that way, yeah. Yep. So this run is borked then, for sure. We're gonna have to restart the run. That's fine. Is there anything else we can investigate with our extra steps? Probably not. Oh, that's not true. We could put some stuff in the code check. It's a good use of the time. But anyway, there's been a lot of people who have come and gone. Like, one generation that is barely remembered at all is like that White Hand and people like that, who I actually associated Pars a bit more with. Like, that's the kind of the like crew that Pars came up with, I feel. There was also people like C. So, like, the thing is, nowadays people only remember channels that have stuck around. I mean, Jolly gets forgotten by people half the time, which is quite sad. Sledgehammer maybe? Always useful. We check another one? No? No, we can't. Okay. I guess we'll restart and do another run. Claudia says, yeah, dude, I wanted to find that White Hand video and Reimu from the original Dempa video. Do I not have some of the that White Handed Dempa 2 metamix? I think I might have like one segment where he's like reacting to a No Thank You video that is reacting to a Osaka video. I think that might be the case. That White Hand also had a decent sub count, like a couple hundred, I think, at one point. Is there anything else we can do on this run? Probably not. Okay, I'm gonna go urinate quickly, and then I will return. My cat is right here, but he probably won't talk to you at all while I'm gone. Anyway, I'll be back in a sec. Okay, we're back. We're back. Let's call it a day on here and restart that. I mean, there's also like, I was actually thinking of doing this, although I don't really know if I actually want to do this, but I had the idea for like a short video, maybe even a short literally, of just shouting out channels that I personally think have some of the like Dempa Tube heart, but wouldn't necessarily, like, that I haven't seen being identified as such. For example, like, do you know this channel? Like, I actually, okay, let me rewind. There's actually someone who I met, who I like know in real life now, who I met through No's old Discord. Who I met through No's old Discord server, mainly as like a Dempa person initially, and then I found out that they lived literally, like, they went to the festival that I did. And there's a channel that like we both had talked about like a while ago, like a year or two ago. So like it was just interesting because we were both aware of that channel, which is do you know this channel, Heizu, Joy of Man's Desiring? Like I don't see anybody bringing them up on Dempa Chan or anything, but I really think of that channel as like very much in the similar vein. I actually think Pars might even have him listed as like recommended channels on his channel now. He does very short videos. They're really not rambly at all. He does quite the opposite. Like his videos are kind of poems, I would almost say. Like he does these like really short like AMV influenced poems, but they're really in the kind of, I don't know, oh, sorry, my cat's scratching. Hey, bud. No. They're really in this kind of like dark lane associated space. I mean, like, it has a lot of like lame imagery and stuff. Claudia says, I swear I've heard that channel name, never looked into it. Yeah, I mean, this is what I think was so interesting about people trying to define like, oh, like who are the real Dempas left and all this kind of stuff, because there are plenty of people who I think are like more fitting than some of the other people who are trying to claim the title, who like don't bother claiming the title at all or dealing with the discourse or any of that, but who like, you know, if you watch enough of the stuff, like have been in this space. Like if you fucking go on Jesus Joy of Man's Desiring, the oldest video is 9 years ago. Now most of it is kind of like AMV type stuff, but then it kind of evolves into what's called, I don't know if you've ever heard this term, Naya says, I think it's in Osaka Syndrome recommended channels. Oh, really? Okay. This term, like post AMV, like, because if you actually want to think about where a lot of this like Dempa tube stuff is coming from, it's coming out of this like, I would say, I mean, this is why I actually think being an otaku is pretty important for all of it, is it kind of fundamentally comes out of AniTube. It's like a post AniTube type of thing. And one of the like post AniTube approaches that we saw was what people were calling post AMVs. And the person who was kind of leading this charge was this channel Gil Lies Here. Any of y'all know this channel, Gil Lies Here? Gil Lies Here now also has made some more like pause and select inspired videos. He's like learned how to do the pause and select type of editing. But he was doing tons of post AMVs back in the day. And also there was this channel who was my favorite post AMV channel, which was called Hazel Never Talks. Who stopped, I actually deleted all the videos, I think, some time ago. I actually presented some of these in a concert in a live setting. I thought the Hazel Never Talk videos were so good. But the Hazel Never Talk videos especially were getting quite close to the format that Jesus Joy of Man's Desiring does, where it's like kind of edited together music with like text overlaid and maybe a little bit of speaking. And it's all kind of myopic and angsty and dark and yeah. The Hazel videos were fucking sick. Anyway, so that in my opinion, that's like a whole nother kind of part of this general space. Another channel that I think is really interesting, who I actually have no idea how I found this channel, but I remember us thinking they were like, I mean, they're definitely not a Dempa tuber, but they're doing a lot of the same things. They used to go by Scum Alice. The channel now is just called Alice. I think the @ is, I'm looking at it now, @ only just Alice. And they come from the industrial music scene. And they've deleted a lot of their more vloggy stuff now, their old stuff, but they've been doing vlogs again recently. I don't know, you can go watch this stuff, man. It's totally like, other than the fact that like it's all about, or mostly about like them self-examining their artistic practice as like a music creator of industrial stuff, like, but even that like is very in the Dempa tube mode, in the sense that like there's a great, it's a Jolly video actually that's in my metamix, in the metamix, called, what is it called? It has like there's like a two-type title. One of the types is like Meta Otaku Media Wave, and Jolly uses that as a term to refer to like these types of YouTube videos. So like instead of using Dempa tube or whatever, like Meta Otaku Media Wave. And there's something very interesting contained in that term, because it implies that it's, you know, it's about the otaku meta experience, like presenting this kind of pulled back experience of an otaku on YouTube or whatever. And in that video, Jolly is like, I love this shit because I'm an egoist. And I think that is so at the fucking heart of a lot of the kind of Dempa tube type content is, and it's also why people, I think, become ashamed of it when they get older sometimes, and why it kind of ends up having to evolve out of that, is because there is an intense level of egoism that's wrapped up into this kind of just like ranting about your personal experience for a long time to like exhibit it to others on the internet. But there's also something really beautiful about people willing to do that. At least I was very intrigued by that aspect of it. And Scum Alice, aka now Just Alice or whatever, absolutely has that. This like intense kind of like introspective egotism, just like examining one's past work as an artist. Yeah, I mean, I really don't know how I found them. It was certainly in the time when I was doing like DempaTube research type stuff. But most of the material like that has been deleted off the channel. Anyway, pretty interesting person. Let's see. I guess this is what I'm doing now. I'm looking at my fucking subs and finding people who... Okay, here's another person who like has never been like officially associated, has always been kind of on the perimeter. Used to go by the Good Student, now goes by Die SOS Brigade. Has been making videos for a long time. Is the one who has the what's it called, like anime literature website that's part of the Dempa web ring. Definitely post on Dempa-chan. Used to have like videos like ranting in their car, but I think nowadays a lot of the videos are like Discord calls. I don't know. I think they do different types of stuff. They appeared in one of my streams recently, but there's someone who's also been on the periphery of this kind of material for like years. I don't know. Let's just look at some random others. I already said Magus earlier. That's very early stuff. Did y'all see there was a Dote Smite stream? There was 2 Dote Smite streams recently. Oh, there are also just so many random Jale channels that I found a channel recently that I was like, I can't even tell if this is a Jale alt channel or not. Like, I actually have no fucking clue. It's just called, that at is QBPDBQPDP. It has 18 subscribers and 6 videos. Oh, I found this because I like playing Phantasy Star Online. Actually, even before I got into playing it again, I found this person who speedruns Phantasy Star Online and streams themselves doing it, but will also just like do streams of them like playing a little piano in the room and then just like sitting there. Sometimes talking a little bit too, but sometimes also just like videos that'll be stuff like, I mean, some of the titles would be like Depressed Friendless Virgin Does and Says Nothing, and it'll be like an 8-hour gaming speedrun stream with some like piano improvisation, or like We All Know How It Feels, and it'll be like sometimes like hours of silence plus like a little bit of piano playing. Usually it's actually just on Twitch and it's being archived on YouTube. I don't know. In my opinion, pretty Dempa channel. Although obviously not intentionally situated in relation to DempaTube as a movement at all. I don't know. What about Anthemic Lullaby? See, that's someone that people don't even know because most of those videos got erased and like they weren't necessarily good, but it was very much someone who was kind of like in the discussion, probably who even reads Dempa-chan, to be honest. Yeah, Anthemic Lullaby. Probably around your age, Colardia. I believe they're currently studying like philosophy or something. There's still one channel or one video up on that channel. I'm not even sure if that's the original channel though. Okay, who else? We're going through. We have a lot of fucking YouTube subs here. I don't know. Do people even want this? Let's see, how many people are watching? 3 people. Okay, well, people aren't complaining at least. Okay, we're not going to go through all the subs. Anyway, that's just an example of a handful of channels that I think would maybe appeal to some of these people. Some of the people on the chan who are hungry for more vids but don't know where to find more vids, even though there's plenty of vids. And there's plenty of old vids. There's thousands and thousands of hours of old vids. That's the other thing I kind of don't get, is that people are like, bruh, we need the new Osaka vid or whatever. And it's like, dude, you guys got like 10,000 hours of Osaka vid. Like, you really need more Osaka vid? Like, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be so fine. It's not even funny how fine you're gonna be. Like, you need to chill. Everyone needs to chill. Okay, will we get back to playing? I guess we will. There's definitely other channels I could name, but oh, okay. We're gonna stop with one other one that I just think is a very interesting channel. He very occasionally does vlogging segments. They're usually quite brutal and depressing. Like, his mom was like, I believe it was his mom was passing away at one point, and he was like taking care of her, and like that was really tough. And I don't know. I really hope he does well. He's called Haibane Lane, all one word, and most of his channels are, or most of his videos are just like him recording a screen playing like an old, often Japanese exclusive video game. Actually, I mean they're usually PS. The latest they would usually be is like PS3, I guess. Yeah, I've always like thought that he seemed like on the kind of periphery. Kawadia says, "Oh, I just remembered. I asked this to every Dempa I speak with. How many people do you think even read or post on Dempa Chan? Like, how many Dempa even are there? General consensus is like 20 to 30. I can only recognize 3 typing styles. I will tell you that I intentionally shift my typing style sometimes for it. Like the way I format stuff. I don't like to keep it like totally consistent. It's also kind of how I am in conversation online. Like, I will often mimic someone else's like formatting style if I'm in a like conversation with them. But I think 20 to 30 is pretty accurate. Although I think there's like, well, okay, I've had like a very on and off experience with the site. I've always kind of checked in periodically, but there have absolutely been like entire like multi-month periods where I've posted nothing. Some of which just to do with how busy I am with other bullshit. But I think 20 to 30 is a good estimate, but I can say that I think way more people check it. And the evidence I can give for that is that I have multiple unlisted videos that have only been posted there. One being the DempaTube Metamix one. Oh, it was initially uploaded for something else. So it's been posted and like I've had to send it to a couple other people for like other reasons. Which is why there's a couple things about that video that I wouldn't like to be archived, and I really should get off my ass to try to get it uploaded properly to my channel at some point. But it's really annoying trying to get around these couple sections that are eaten out because of copyright. But then there's also the sonography video, which I've only posted there and maybe linked in to a couple other people. And that also, I think, let me just go look. I'm pretty sure that might have like 200 views at this point. And while it is a short enough video that I can imagine some people watching it multiple times, because it is very short. It's like, under 2 minutes. Oh, sorry. It has 130 views. But I don't think that many people would watch it multiple times. So I would say there's got to be well over 50 people on the site, because if this video that I almost only posted there that's unlisted has 130 views, I mean, the Metamix has over 200 views, but it's long and like, so I could see people going back to it multiple times. But this one's like a under 2 minute video, right? So I don't know. For that to hit 130, I think some people got to be checking it, I think you might be surprised. I think it could go as high as 100 people occasionally lurking. Posting is different. There's many people who will lurk things and not post on things. Shall we go check the shed first? Oh wait, what is this? It's the trophies that I've gotten. But it's also hard to say because, like, I haven't followed this that closely, but the vibe I get, I mean, if someone, held a gun to my head and asked me to define, like, a brief history of Dempa Chan at this moment, I would be cutting it into 2 separate eras. And the beginning of Era 2 would take place, like, 14 months or whatever after the board's creation, and it would begin with when the chat thread started. I think the initiation of the chat thread, as well as the DempaTube General that followed not that long after, is kind of like a soft reboot of the site. Like, at least it made things look really different. Like, it was the first time there was an extended, like, conversation on a thread. And also just people, like, kind of doing more general chatting and chilling. I think it had a different tone kind of before it. And Of course, some people just came from No's video, and then Osaka promoted it a little bit. And then I don't really follow shitty kit flips very much. Not that I don't like shitty kit flips. I mean, shitty kit flips is okay. But there was a shitty kick flips video, maybe on the side channel. What is it called? Large Fruits, something Large Fruits. I feel like Large Fruits is somehow in the title. What if they made Large Fruits? I don't know. What's the fucking shitty kick flips side channel called? So then some people came from that, but also people came from like other like alt chans and shit. I feel like you could really tell when the people from the other chans started to come in. They had a very different tone to it, similar to like. But the thing is, in No Thank You's Discord server back in the day, that wasn't that crazily different. Ooh, the tomb could be interesting. This gets us easy access to some other shit. Well, let's do tool shed. It's fine. But the like on No's old Discord server, I remember always thinking there was quite a big difference between the people who found who came to that Discord server because they were fans of the musician No Thank You, and then people who came to that Discord server because they were fans of the YouTuber No Thank You backwards, right? Pretty different type of user base, and some people would get like pipeline from the former into the latter, but I think there was you could really tell that there was kind of two different, I don't want to call them communities, fandoms also is maybe a bit dramatic as well, but two different types of users. Ooh, do we take Den? Storeroom is a pretty classic room for me to take in this position, even though I'm not sure if it's actually a good call, but I drop it here, or I draft it here a lot. Or at least I did when I actually played this game. This thing is maybe not that great, as in, usually like last time I found all the things in the house anyway, so it was kind of irrelevant. We could go spare room. We could also go. Oh, hallway is not bad. Let's take the hallway. Let's take the hallway. Let's go sideways first. Ooh, we could draft the music room already. Although I'm pretty sure the music room has worse rewards if you draft it this early. Does it not give you the good major keys if you don't draft it farther up? I think that's correct. We take Parlor then. Let's have a fun time solving another riddle, guys. You can call me the Riddler. Maho Shoujo Riddler Unum. Only one of the statements on this box are false is false. What's up with the fucking grammar with that statement? The gems are in the white box. If you're gonna do riddles, at least get the grammar right, man. Only one of the statements on this box. Why is it R again? Isn't this supposed to be is? Only one of the statements on this box is true. Yeah, what? It's on this box. Oh my gosh, okay. And this one is there are 3 false statements on boxes in this room. Okay, let's presume that's true, first of all. That would make 1 true statement. So there are 5 statements, right? They're saying here that 3 of them are false. Oh, this can't be. Okay, so we're going to assume that's true. So then 3 of these would be false, which would make only 1 of these true. Anything about the gems? The gems are in the box with a true statement. Which would probably put it in this, because, wait, with a true statement. But if that was true for this one, like let's say this box is true, this box would have a true statement. Even if, oh no, but then you wouldn't have 3, right? Okay, So let's say both of these are false. Well, actually, let's see if there's anything about the gems on this one. The gems are in the white box. So let's say that is false. Let's say the top of this is true. Only one of, yeah, okay. So one of the statements is false. That would be correct. If the bottom one is false, which would mean the gems aren't in there. And then there would be a true statement there, but the are in a box with a true statement. Oh, the thing is, this actually doesn't narrow. There are 3, so then that would mean there would be 1 false statement, 2, 3 false statements, and a true statement. And then the gems would actually be in a box with a false statement, which would mean... Shit, man, this one's tough. Is it this? I feel like I got it wrong. I got it right. Okay, cool. Nice. They say they mean on the box, as in on the exterior rather than in, which would be the interior. Yeah, I got the on and in. It was more about the are. That was the grammar. It should be is, you know? Because they're not talking about multiple boxes. They are talking about multiple statements, but they're only talking about one of those statements, so it should be singular. Either way, we got it. We solved the riddle. Did we check here? Yes. Those get more laborious every time. We've solved that so many effing times. Oh, what we got here? Commissary. We drafted that pretty early last time. It didn't help us a ton, but it's better than a total dead end. Let's see what we get. I mean, we still don't even really know exactly what we're going for, so. Set of gems, that can't hurt. Oh, that was a lot, though. We pick up a shove. Yeah. And magnifying glass. Yeah, maybe we'll find some good hints, huh? Why not? Why not? Usually we'd wait until we need that to buy it, but we're feeling relaxed about this. No pressure. No pressure. Breakfast nook. I guess we go breakfast nook. Observatory is also pretty based. Coardia says, but yeah, even though there are a wealth of Neo-Dempa to sift through, there are so many hundreds of videos between No Dotes and Osaka alone. Gonna take me years to get through them. Exactly. And of course, like, part of the appeal, I guess, for some people is, like, making videos as part of an active conversation. And it was nice to see a bit of that going on with, like, Nidempa and Ooze and, like, people kind of ping-ponging back and forth. Like, that is some nice spirit. I don't know, the people were, like, the kind of over-eagerness had some positive aspects and some negative aspects. Whatever, it's balanced itself out. You could say it's equilibrium. Coardia says, that's why I rolled my eyes at Dempa is dead. It would only be dead if all the videos were gone permanently. Not only that, but it was like Dempa is dead, and you could point to, like, you know, like 10 Dempa vids being made in, like, the last month. And then it'd be like, please tell me what definition of dead you're talking about, and, like, how long have you been watching this kind of stuff? Because there's easily been periods, like last year, where you would have 0 videos like this in a month, right? And especially 0 videos like this that, like, I would be quite into. Like, for example, I would watch most of the, like, Idle Neat videos, and I think he definitely had a decent, like, he has a pretty good understanding of, like, conventional, like, videography techniques and editing techniques. But in my opinion, his videos totally don't have the same appeal as Dempa stuff. I mean, he wasn't trying to brand it like that at all anyway. But actually, in my opinion, like, I mean, other people seem to really dig a lot of the Dempa stuff. But for me, a lot of that didn't really fit the... Let's say topically, there wasn't a lot that, like, I would grasp onto. Like, it wasn't covering otaku topics. It was more... I mean, I guess if you were going to compare it to anybody in this general vicinity, it's closer to, like, the Donut Man Ken, or, like, probably, it seemed like he was very influenced by Osaka, so, like, some of the more, like, Osaka travel arcs. But those are almost more like the exception than the rule, kind of. Yeah, like I guess, but and like for example, the Donut Man can had like very edited, polished videos in a way. Very funny videos. I know Osaka was a big Donut Man can fan. I like some of those videos. But I definitely, I'm a fan of the wacky audio visual stuff about that has some relation to otaku media. That's my bread and butter. That's what I'm looking for. So in that way, I would say the kind of like, actually a lot of like the new gen stuff that kind of seems to fit more or have some appeal of that to me is like, I think some of your stuff does cool audio. Now that you've been adding some visual flair to it, Flaneur definitely does, Sensaidu definitely does. Yeah, it takes a lot to get me more stoked about the like I'm just talking video. For example, I really don't get the Ash Rose appeal at all. Maybe it's also just the voice. I don't know. Y'all see that new video? Oh my gosh, that was an intense video. Quite crazy to go from the like I want to be a mom and be impregnated video to the new video like 2 videos later. But hey, I guess some of this stuff thrives on the drama. Although I also think that pushes certain people away from like the desire to create. And people seem, I mean, that was one thing I think I was a little concerned about, was that there was a lot of this fervor post like a month ago. There was all this fervor of people starting new channels, and then it almost felt like some of the people who like drummed up that fervor also kind of sucked a bunch of that air out of the room right after, in a way that almost felt maybe worse than if the fervor hadn't been drummed up in the first place. Claudia says, I haven't watched much Ash Rose. I know in her recent one she was crying about something and then making a bunch of suicidal community posts, and then today there were meme posts again. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, she had like a breakup or whatever. And it was like, yeah, breakup depression, which is of course real, but and pretty raw, I guess, to record when you're in the midst of. Not something I would want to do, I can say that. I think I'm also just interested in things that kind of connect more to this initial legacy of the kind of, you know, Digi, Endless Jess. I mean, the other crazy thing is, like, you know, Princess Plunderphonics. Like, Princess Plunderphonics, Plunder still makes stuff that I would personally consider post-Digi. It's, well, or post-PCP at least. It's, like, a little closer to, like, a Dempa version of Ben Saint or something. But, like, Plunder does have a channel that has posted, like, multiple videos. Let me just check. Let me check this Plunder channel. I don't think I'm going to say the name. You can find the Plunder channel. I actually personally don't know Plunder at all, except for we're friends on Mal. But Plunder, that's another OG Dempa who absolutely still makes stuff that is weird. In fact, weirder than most of the fucking new gen stuff. But just people don't know about it because they don't talk about it, and people only know people who name fag on Dempa Chat. That's sometimes what it feels like, you know? I think that's also been a big shift, is that a lot of the current people who post a lot, who at least like trip fag or name fag or whatever, like, are people who I had not seen at all like a year ago, for example. And I was even just thinking about the like the optics or the rationale for name fagging on the site, like especially on posts where you don't have to. Like, if you're making a shill post, of course it's kind of reasonable. I mean, whatever, you do you. But it also represents us, like, the insistence on doing that kind of represents a desire to maybe be more visible to the users of the audience and to have all your words tied back to you, to kind of craft some profile. Which is why is really weird to me when some people who are doing that are also annoyed about, like, people, like, what they perceive as parasociality, because it's like, yeah, but you're like you're actively cultivating that, you know, like you could be doing a lot to de-emphasize that if you wanted that to be the case. Audio says, but yeah, I speak in my recent video briefly about how I've noticed there are some two main camps of Denpa influence, where some people are Osaka pilled and other are no pilled. I mean, that is such a good point, and this is something that I've really been thinking about. Is the new gen is way more Osaka influence, and that some of them don't even seem to have watched much No stuff. Like, yeah, what's interesting is now it's not like are people digipill, like are people taking digibro stuff in different directions. It's like, which person who took digibro stuff in different directions are you most influenced by, right? Which is kind of funny. And I think it used to be like when I was making the meta mix, I felt like at least a lot of people were more, it felt like there was more of kind of fervor and fandom around No, even though Osaka has always been a significantly bigger channel by like 4 to 6 times the size. And even people like Pars, like you can see this. There's a section in the meta mix, the big like in the third act, where it's kind of like it's after the section where I appear doing the reaction to No's lack of reaction, where it's a Pars video, but I have Osaka's voice layered on top too, and both of them say what is Denpa simultaneously, and then they go on like different paths that are, you know, panned to different ears, and they have the same fucking voice. Osaka was the one who pointed it out to me, that they actually, like, Pars back in the old days literally talks like Osaka, and you can tell is like has watched so much Osaka videos that he's kind of trained himself to talk that way. But the funny thing is, a lot of the other aspects of his videos don't feel very Osaka at all. It's actually mostly how he talks that felt that way back then. But whereas, yeah, nowadays I think a lot of the kind of neo-Denpa types or whatever. I was the one who posted the Nempa thing. That was me reading a visual novel and running upon the word Nempa and getting a huge giggle out of it. That's definitely what I am choosing to refer to the quote neo-Denpa as. It's the Nempa. But oh, there's my cat. He says, "What's up?" Oh, is he hungry? Oh yeah, you're right. Your dinner time should have been 25 minutes ago. 1 second. I'm gonna feed my cat so he doesn't keep on meowing at me, and we will return. Leave me some good comments. Claudia says, yeah, I've deliberately never advertised or name fagged on Denpa-chan because I don't want that sort of attention, if that makes sense. I don't post at all. I'm a Denpa-chan lurker. Yeah, I mean, I think I name fagged a post right when it started because I personally thought that it was good to signal that a lot of the people who were in No's Discord were there using it, because I thought that was important for, like, that was where a lot of the core users were coming from. So I thought it was important to be like, hey, look at, like, I'm here, I was there, like, let's make this a place or whatever. And then, of course, I've shilled a handful of times because, I don't know, because I felt like people didn't know about my channel at all and I wanted some interaction. And it seems like that's the only way to get fucking people to realize it here. What was the next thing you said? Exactly. That's why I don't really call myself Denpa explicitly. I have, quote, zero digi influence. I was not into any tube, even remotely. I was going to mention Denpa as some guy in Denpa-chan laughing my fucking ass off. Yep, that was me. That was totally me. Reading a visual novel and getting that word and being like, this is a fucking hilarious word, Nempa. Yeah. And also I liked it in relation to also like thought versus electricity. You know, the Denpa is like the electric wave, and somehow the Denpa is like the, like, could we not just make blog posts kind of, you know, couldn't it be just condensed to like thought to text or whatever? I thought it was appropriate, and then it was also just funny that it literally contained, if you Romanized it, it contained, the Neo Denpa contained Denpa inside of it. So it seems like a portmanteau. But I am finally looking to move away from my crusade on the parasocials, which has basically been the overarching narrative of my first month posting videos. It has been. I felt personally attacked when you've called out the parasocials, because I haven't commented at all. It was even worse when you called out the cats, and I was like, man, I got the cats in my avatar. He's not talking about me, right? I didn't do anything wrong, right? It's funny how you can really feel like the vitriol is directed right at you, even if you know there's no reason for it to be directed at you. It's very bizarre. It's why I think I mentioned that I felt like there's a bit of like an angry vibe coming off of some of your videos, which is interesting. Like I said, we haven't had who was the last Dempa that seemed very angry? I'm trying to think. I can imagine an angry Senseiya video. I think that'd be funny. Not that I'm wishing for anybody to get, pissed off and angry. I like to have a variety of vibes. It's valuable to have a variety of perspectives and vibes. Didn't you know? Didn't you know? It's valuable to expose yourself to a variety of perspectives and vibes. Select A whenever you draft a shop room, or immediately, or the next 3 times you open a locked trunk, which we know we should have multiple of that we forgot to pick up, waiting for us in the fucking room. Thanks for reminding me. We do. Oh no, we haven't picked up. That's why we haven't picked up the fucking sledgehammer yet. We can set our dice to 2. How many dice do we currently have? Can we see? Shit, do we have 0? Ooh. We do gain 1 key for every 2 hallways. How many hallways we got? Wait, can we go back for a second? We gotta look at dice and hallways. I think the hallways seems good, but the problem is we only have 1 hallway. I think we might need to come back to that when it's needed later. That could be good. For me, the crusade about the parasocials is a little interesting because well, one, it has this, at least some of the ways I've heard it voiced, I felt like implied that the ideal audience, or like that you wish that every person watching it would somehow like send a signal back, right? A meaningful signal back also, not just like a fucking like or something, but like a, would engage with the videos as a kind of conversation. But that's like an intense thing to ask also of people, right? To be like, if you interact with this thing I made, I demand that you, reciprocate with some sort of response, right? It's definitely asking the audience to do a lot of work. And not only that, but it's on a platform where there's no way of keeping an audience accountable for doing a lot of work, right? So. But also, it's interesting in relation to like the different social types of Dempas, you could say. That, some people seem. I mean, I am a pretty like naturally extroverted person who puts myself in isolated situations, partly to do with my interest and like other factors. But I'm very naturally extroverted, I would say. Whereas I think some people are really introverted. In this space, and would really prefer to never voice their opinion outside of a very comfy context if they didn't have to. I don't actually know any of that to be the case. No one's ever told me that. It's very much me projecting that onto an imaginary Dempa or something. So it might be completely wrong. Could be completely 1000% wrong. Hey, we got some tennis shoes. We haven't seen those. Come on, give me them shoes. Running shoes. Okay, they're not called tennis shoes. By the way, has the Hey, it looks like I hadn't even noticed when this happened, but my computer fan totally stopped at some point. That's great. That hasn't been an issue at all. I hope this like meta Dempa discussion isn't totally beaten to death. I hope I was saying something of interest. Maybe we move on from that now, unless there's more comments or questions. Like I said, I don't really want to actively shit on anyone or anything like that. Although it is fun to discuss, I guess. It's fun to discuss as long as things are happening. It's not fun when it feels like things aren't happening. I guess what I'm the better way of saying that is I would like any comments I make to be fostering discussion instead of shutting down discussion. Let's put it that way. Already says, yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to shit up your live chat with autism vomit text walls. You know. Oh yeah, don't worry. I'm totally. I'm like if I'm messaging with someone, I'm often like a big messenger. I'm very guilty of monopolizing that the chat space. Hey, it's good to have like I way prefer when someone's giving me some food to bounce off of. You know, some food for thought. Food to bounce off of. Who has ever bounced off of food? That does not make any fucking sense. You know me, just bouncing off of food every day. What would be the best food to bounce off of? Top 10 fruits, top 10 foods to bounce off of. Huh? Can we rank the top 10 foods to bounce off? Okay, what about that really rubbery cheese, huh? That's got to be top 10 food. That's got to be in the top 10 foods to bounce off of, the rubber cheese. Hey, is this tune usually playing? You say, but I don't perceive your comments as insulting or inflammatory at all. I appreciate a unique perspective on my content. That's one of the reasons I became so enraptured by the sphere. Okay, sweet, awesome. I think especially because I'm older than most of the people that I want to be kind of delicate about not feeling like, you know, not stepping on people's toes, let's say. But at the same time, I do personally think there should be a degree of like community policing, whatever that means. I just as in, we shouldn't be letting just anybody be like, I'm the new Dempa tube, I'm doing the thing, you know. Because it's full of such self-aware, perceptive people who have very interesting takes and opinions on life, the world, the mundanity of neat life. It's all very refreshing. Yeah, I mean, also for me, this is like one of the things I found like in the process of making the meta mix and like showing material to other people and broadcasting it live. I've found that one of the things that bothers people the most, and this would be especially in relation to No's content, I would say. I think it's probably one of the things that he's like become more like embarrassed or squeamish about now, but is this almost like arrogant way of presenting your opinion as if it's fucking fact. And I just like that as an aesthetic, even though of course like factually it doesn't hold up, right? But if you think about things as art and not science, then I think it has a pretty interesting aesthetic effect in this space, especially when people are saying more absurd things. There's something really powerful about being so declamatory about it. How did we get this song already? Something's wrong, right? Usually this tune plays when you have opened the door to the antechamber. Oh wait, I'm sorry, did we we weren't reading all the rules. It happened like when we walked in this room? Wait, let's just read these again. So the parachest is there in the hall, yes. 3, dead-end rooms are more common. That's not great. That's very bad. Green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers. Oh, we could go back and get some flowers from them, some gems. I have no idea why this fucking tune triggered, because usually that triggers when you're able to, when you've opened this back room here in the antechamber. Can you see my mouse? Yeah, you can. Good. Yeah, when you've opened this back one, usually that's what it means. I think that's what triggers that music, but I don't think we did. I don't think we did this. What did we do to trigger this fucking music? I don't think we did anything. I'm very confused about how we triggered it. I wasn't paying enough attention. I was yapping. Claudia says, but you're certainly right in that I think there are some more abrasive personalities, some people who very clearly have some pretty bad social anxiety. Yeah, and some people who have, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's literally a spectrum. And you also said, I actually typed an email to know describing my experience watching the original Dempa video where I referred to that personality as the hyper autistic egomaniac. Yeah, but there's also something really interesting about this Jale video. Where Jale kind of specifically describes, like, that's why I like this shit, you know? Like, I am like that, and I like seeing other people be like that, and presenting myself in that way. I think there's a kernel of truth in that, for sure. That I think a lot of people would maybe be reticent to admit, but that I personally, I don't know, yeah, I find it very attractive. But also, it's probably a lot more attractive when you're not watching yourself do it. Right, when you're like, you have some nice, as what's his name would call it? What's the name of the author I'm gonna cite here? Well, it's technically like one of the definitions of ironic distance, right? Like this being able to kind of like quote something, or I mean that's also a huge part of like my artistic practice as like a curator, and like part of what I was trying to do in the metamix as well, which only really shows through if you know me more. Kind of, but it comes through in the end a bit more. But it's this idea also of like speaking through other people, right? So like you can take videos and cut them up and put them in relation to each other, and like now all of a sudden like you're presenting this text in a way as if you were kind of speaking it sometimes. At least I was very interested in that. I actually have, very funny, like very shortly after Dempitude Metamix was shown, I started work on another video that I just like started saving videos. I was just kind of building up a repository to see if it would even be an interesting idea, and it was called, it's like a private playlist I have. It's called New Otaku Meta. Here we go. New Otaku Meta video. And the first video that I added to this for me was like, after I did the metamix thing, I was like, oh, what's the next thing I'm very interested in? And personally, the channel I was very interested in was Howard Blass, formerly known as Libido Common. I don't know if you know this channel at all. He's also actually someone who was very much a post-digi YouTuber, but who knew like nothing about this whole DempaTube type space. But like, you can find some really old videos of his on archive.org, and he's like responding to a bunch of Digibro takes, and pretty interesting stuff. But specifically this video, what it takes to make otaku media, I loved, because I liked him being a kind of crusader. Like, to me, he really plays that up. So like some of the channels I was interested in relation to this were like his, the Heizu Joy of Man's Desiring. I have this video People in that list. I have a bunch of like Dojin fighting games tagged that I think I wanted to use it. I have some, Alice, like Scum Alice, who I referred to earlier. I don't know, I was kind of interested in like what's, you know, is there like some other kind of loosely related people who aren't even like kind of self-defining, but that people who I could kind of videos I could put in relation to each other to kind of explain some other larger kind of like otaku creative phenomena. But I haven't really moved on that one at all. I didn't kind of find enough channels that I thought fit with it, so it kind of just ended up staying at that. What are we drafting here? We are drafting something else. Ooh, Rotunda. We could take a Rotunda. Also, I need some fucking water, man. Unrelated, but Zabujard always goes unmentioned. Oh, I mentioned Zabujard. Zabujard's mentioned in the metamix. I like, for like a fucking like 1 second, when Zabujard is mentioned by name in it, I think I throw up like a clip of like a Zabujard video. You mean Zabujard? What is it? 1 million sub count? Something. What's the name? What's the current channel? I think I'm subbed to the current Zabujard channel. Oh yeah, that's the part. It's the part in the metamix when the part from No's Dempa video. Zabujard E-Star, wow, 8th channel, miss you. I think that's the current Zabujard channel. Um, yes, I am subscribed to that one. I am not subscribed to the 9th one. Oh, this is more recent. Zabu AIDS dash 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 D.N.A comma divine 9 comma YouTube with U instead of YOU sucks with SUX AI dot maybe runs off of the fucking screen. I think it does. Damn. Well, I'm going to be subscribing to that new Zabujar channel that I just found that is actually not that new, it looks like, and has quite a lot of videos. Oh no, it's within the last year new. His current channel is Jare, really? Jare. Is that all it's called? You'll have to give me the @ for that. I was just looking at my phone, that didn't pop up with anything. I don't follow his stuff super closely, but I still love this part in Nose Dempa thing where he's saying, was it? It's the Forgus for this thing, or he's like talking about Osaka channel video, and then he's like saying that Osaka has the best cat or something, and then he's like, somehow like a Zabujar video is up there, and he's like, you're gonna want to check out Zabujar, and Zabujar makes videos about piss jugs. Thank you. And I think it's really funny. It's a very funny way to introduce a channel, being like, this channel is about piss jugs. This person, they make videos about piss jugs. Don't you want to watch that? Fucking good sell, right? But yeah, Zabujar was definitely related. And then there's tons of people who weren't related at all, but who like share some similar qualities. I mean, this is why like a channel like Mint is interesting, because I think if Mint wasn't like obviously like commenting on Dempa channel, trying to brand it as Dempa, if I stumbled upon that channel, I would not think it was the Dempa channel, probably. Like the channel that I always think of as like an interesting dividing line, and I remember talking with Osaka about this, was there was a channel called Mr. Knives IRL, who has the most fucking insane YouTube video I have ever seen in my life, by far, I think, which is not there anymore. And even if you go to find all of his fucking archive uploads on archive.org and Odyssey, you still won't find this channel. Like, this is this video. It's a video that he's clearly very ashamed of, and like he's having like a fucking mental breakdown over images of Toriel. Like, it's insane. It's an insane video. It's a magnificent video. It's the scariest video I've ever seen on YouTube. And it's literally just someone like looking at images of Toriel on their phone and freaking the fuck out. Yeah, I don't know. It's something, the power of Moe or whatever. Yeah, but he was like, I remember bringing him up to Osaka as someone who like I watched and like seen kind of in relation, but who was obviously not like part of it. And I think Osaka was like, oh yeah, that's like Chan Core. I think that's what Osaka called that kind of video, which is true. Like and it's interesting to see how someone like Idle Neat would be also positioned in a way where it's like Idle Neat goes so hard on, or went so hard on just like the general Neat branding, and like his videos weren't weird. There was nothing weird about Idle Neat videos, you know? They were actually like pretty normal YouTube videos, but just like, I'm a Neat doing a little vlog, you know? Mr. Knives IRL was like very vloggy and low production, but also just fucking unhinged shit, man. He also like lived living in Oregon, and I like went to college in Oregon. I lived in Portland for a number of years, so kind of have a soft spot for people who are kind of operating in that area. I feel like I get some of it. But that was a very interesting channel in some ways. Although, I mean, he had a lot of like crazy beliefs. But that's also back in the day when, and this is something that really isn't touched on much nowadays. But a huge part of when I like was becoming aware of DempaTube stuff was a lot of people were fucking anti-natalists. So that was like anti-natalism had like major intersection, and like Osaka and No all talked about anti-natalism. Maybe did Jolly ever talk about anti-natalism? I don't know, but there was definitely crossover with people like that. And when like you might hear in No's Dempa video where he brings up channels like the OED Loves Me Not and Misanthrope on a Pilgrimage. Like, do you know who these people are? Like Misanthrope on the Pilgrimage was like a Japanese housewife, if I remember correctly. And the OED Loves Me Not was like an old Japanese guy. Cool, as fuck, I had an anti-natalism phase. Also said, yeah, yeah, it's crazy how there's just such a crazy rabbit hole of channels that just keeps on going. I always find about random people mentioned on the side out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, it's he said, man, I love the OED Loves Me Not. Yeah, there's always, I mean, there's just tons of little people who've been doing little things on YouTube for a long time, and yeah, I mean, as someone who, like, the music world I work in is in some ways even more like, well, it's definitely more experimental than DempaTube stuff in some contexts, but also in some ways also like more niche, or like, I don't know, it's hard to say because it's a global thing. Like, you know what I spent my fucking day doing before this stream? I woke up, grinded half my Anki, and then sat in a fucking meetings all day for the second day in a row with a bunch of other people who direct, like, you know, the biggest curators who direct like the biggest experimental music festivals in their respective countries as part of this fucking platform network. I shouldn't say fucking, I'm happy we got invited to it. It's going to help fund some of our festival in 27, and it's a really good learning experience for me and my co-director to be in meetings with these people who are all older than us and have been doing it for decades, and kind of see what we think they're doing well and what they aren't, and just like, it gives us some good context on our job, because when you're, you know, a curator of an experimental music festival, you don't meet a lot of other people for extended periods of times just to like talk about what you do and kind of different ways that you approach that. So it's interesting, and it's cool that we got the invitation. But it's very different because in some ways it's more experimental and even more niche, and then in other ways it's like really not. And there's also just some major whiplash between like you know, that which is very like subsidized, right? I mean, like we make money doing it, right? That is my job. It's the only way I've made money other than unemployment since like the pandemic hit has been from music stuff. So it is just like how you live, which is very different. We're like, I mean, I actually think I might have mentioned this in my last stream or 2 streams ago or something, but there's also this interesting element of like how someone like a Digi existing is kind of very important for DempaTube, because despite what Digi would have said at certain points, there was like an aspirational quality to it, as in like, look at this person who is making these like ranty vlogs on their computer and like on YouTube and just posting them, and is making a fucking living off of doing that, even though they were mostly making a living off of anime analysis videos. But it's complicated because the anime analysis videos were like the pipeline into getting you to pay for the like to patron for the After Dark stuff, even though it's not like that was locked behind a paywall. But it's more that the kind of people who were patrons were more likely to be a fan of the After Dark content, right? But so this idea that there's like someone who could be a professional doing that thing, I think this is covered in the Dempa video, but this idea that like this lifestyle couldn't just exist but also be aspired to, even when that's like not sustainable. I mean, No also has some like, you know, whatever, I don't want to pry, I have no idea about the financial situation, but like it's interesting to think about how there's also a huge financial element that allows someone to, you know, have the leisure to make art, which is true. But of course, in the DempaTube space, no one's trying to make a living off of making art, which means unless you have, you essentially have to be very privileged, or like privileged in like a mental illness kind of way to be able to sustain that. Oh whoa! It looks like we lost all the people watching. It says we have 1. Oh, that's very sad. It sounds like I was ranting a little too much about shit that people do not give a fuck about. That's okay. That is fine. We can refrain from doing so. And it looks like we have to draft this, or we could redraw the whole floor plans and hope for something better. It's a gamble, but it's one we're willing to take. Hey, we got observatory again. Is that the 2nd time? Yeah. Oh, hey, it's back to 3. What the fuck, man? Might as well just not look at the viewer count. It seems to fluctuate in really weird ways. Oh, I suppose we also need to return to the entrance at some point, pick up those gems. Although I don't think we can open them yet. We just got some gems. We just got a key. We got a sailboat. We didn't get a sailboat. We got 50% off. Oh, my cat's back. Everybody say hi to him. Say hi again. Keep on saying hi. Coardia says, well, I fucked with it at least. This artist meta discussion about subcultures and art movements is supremely based to me. Awesome, cool. It's hard to say even, like, I think with low sub counts, like, or low viewer counts, it's kind of unreliable maybe. I don't know. Who fucking knows? It's better to not think about it too much. Shit. Is spare room all we can take? I think spare room is the only thing that will let us continue this. Really bad left side pull on this run. And then we never connected. Oh, no, sorry. We can use the rotunda to connect back over to the fountain. We're fine. In fact, we probably should do that before we get ahead of ourselves. Let's draft this room here and then see what goes on. Woo-hoo-hoo. Does vault have anything I need? I feel like I got everything in the vault that I need, but I could be wrong. I think I also solved the problem in the drawing room, but that's a pretty based room in general. Especially if it was oriented a bit better. It's still a very good room. I think we're gonna take it. Can we make it loop back around? Oh, hey. Okay, so we get a free gem. We have solved the puzzle in here before, I guess. Right? Which letter is this? Is there anything we can look at with a magnifying glass? Doesn't look like it. Coardia says, I watched the original Dempa video, came up with the idea of an infinite loop of insomnia analysis iterations, and then it actually happened, and I was extremely surprised. Base. That's pretty funny. I actually, oh, should I say it out loud? I'm not gonna say it out loud. I have an idea for a kind of a Dempa Tube video, a collaborative Dempa Tube video, a kind of successor to the Metamix in some ways, but like a response video that like would be structured in different ways in different sections. But doing like multi-layered responses from different people. For example, like a most basic one would be a section where you give one Dempa tuber a prompt, or they come up with a prompt, and then someone makes a video reacting to that, and then someone makes a video reacting to that, and then someone makes a video reacting to that, and then someone makes a video reacting to that, and you like stitch them sequentially, right, in the same video. That'd be like the most basic version of this, but I came up with like 6 different ways, I think it was 6, of varying that format over like a longer video, which I might be interested in doing if I can get some cool people on board with it. I'm always trying to come up with some interesting ideas, whether or not they manifest. I think we solved all the puzzles in here, right? Oh, isn't there this thing? There's a one of, oh yeah, we already did that, right? It's here, yeah. I think we solved all the puzzles in here. Yeah, the reaction loop is very funny. It's good. You know what's also quite funny is that Trixie is totally unaware of like this whole Dempa Tube kind of like scene thing. I actually, like, when the whole like quote Neo Dempa Renaissance thing or whatever was happening, I was actually very curious to see what Trixie would say, so I wrote to her, because we've messaged a few times in the past, a long time ago, and I was like, yeah, you got any thoughts on this? Like, this stuff is still percolating, you're going like multiple generations deep, and like, you know, you've talked a lot about the legacy of your analysis videos and like how that's inspired other AniTubers, but I feel like you often haven't really explored the like ramifications of the After Dark vlog meta hole, you know, insomnia analysis, gecko estate type of stuff. And you know, this this has actually influenced a lot of people and was pretty much just like, I'm not aware of that. Like, I think that was more of no thank yous thing. He was doing that around the same time. It's like, yeah, I know that is more of No's thing. I was just more curious about, like, you know, you're obviously the primary source of influence initially, but yeah, didn't seem that interested in engaging with it. So I just dropped it there because only going to give an interesting answer if they're interested in engaging. Shit, none of these are very good. Can we redraw? I think we shall. Ooh, breaker box. Did we have utility? We did. Okay, this is actually useful. We're going to take that. We are going to... keycard is on... Shit. Kind of forget. Didn't we set it so that it would be off when the keycard was on? The reaction loop... Kolaria says, the reaction loop is very similar to my legitimate thought process in that I'm prone to this very odd, self-aware, navel-gazing framework where it's this self-critique feedback loop forever. So it's a relatable and interesting concept to me. Yeah, it's totally interesting. I'd like to see it done. I mean, maybe you've caught on to the... I'm like a big fan of superimposition. I use it in a lot of my videos. I mean, the most like basic version of it being the... whoa, the whole fucking light... Oh shit, did one of my... Oh, no, the whole light in my room just changed. It was the sun moving. That's crazy. What was I saying before the change in the light just completely, you know, stun locked me? Oh yeah, superimposition, that's what I was saying. Yeah, like in the Sekiro video I made, that's literally just like, I wrote some bullet points for the video, and then I recorded it twice, right? Not listening to the other one. And then I sped one up to like match the same length as one, right? But so they're going through the same general points, but like at different rates and sometimes in slightly different orders and whatnot. But I'm very interested in like how you, yeah, I like simultaneity, I guess would be a great way to describe it. And like, especially there's something interesting about displaying like simultaneity of characters or thought processes, or like at the most basic level, like fusing past and future, present, you know, two different takes on a possible present or a possible future. Like time be some wacky shit. You know what's a pretty interesting channel that I only recently stumbled upon? Have you seen this channel of this guy who, he's literally schizophrenic. I think I had seen one of his videos before actually subbing to the channel, and then I like saw a second one and I decided to sub. But he's like schizophrenic, but the voice he hears in his head, like the main character guy is fucking Guattari, Felix Guattari. Why was I bringing him up? Oh yeah, just because he has some interesting thoughts on like, you know, literally what it's like to like live with another person in your brain. He articulates them in some really interesting ways. What is the name of the fucking channel? I can't find it right now. Okay, you know what? Another channel that I found recently, but I had actually seen one of the videos before, and for some reason I wasn't subbed. And this is a great example of a channel that is clearly grown from the image board format, and in my opinion shares some similarities with some of the more audiovisual DempaTube content, but is also clearly not that. But also, like, it's someone who I've seen them on some alt chans and stuff or whatever describe themselves as like making neat YouTube videos, but the channel is called Duels. It's at I'm Good 5, like I am, no apostrophe, just I'm Good 5. And he has these like series of I mean, they're all kind of like cut up music or processed music stuff. Like if you look at like volume 4 FL, there are some segments of that could easily be in like a DempaTube type video. If like, it's the kind of stuff that if they wanted to insert themselves into that framing. There's no otaku content ever in it, I guess, which is one thing that's notably different. It makes it feel also a little more like has a little bit of this kind of incel vibe maybe to it almost. Like, I don't know if you know, he's a much bigger channel, but fucking oh, I do not like his channel, but I still watch his videos sometimes for meta awareness of the space, I suppose. What's his name? Fucking oh my god. He's like a dude who like works out and like he's like Catholic or some shit. What's his fucking name? Why can't I remember him? I'm looking at my subs. Maybe I unsubbed to him. I don't actually like his videos, really. But I'm still kind of interested in him as a character, I guess. He totally represents like a certain type of channel in my mind. Fuck, what is his name? I can't remember. I'm sure this is riveting discussion for people. It's not Luke Smith. That'd be so funny. No, it's not Luke Smith at all. I can see why you would say that based on the vague description I give. But this guy, Luke Smith, does not look like he works out. This guy is like fucking swole, and he like. I think the reason why I was kind of interested in him as a character initially is he was clearly into playing metalcore when he was younger, and I was in a kind of ish known metalcore band. Well, a band that's way bigger now than we were then. Like. That gets like 40K a month on Spotify or whatever now, and like the guy who wrote the music got it back together and they're touring, but I was the vocalist, and anyway, he was clearly into some of that stuff. Fuck, what's his name? Reformed Stoic, that's his name. Reformed Stoic. Yeah, lol, what a funny dude. Not in an intentionally funny way, I think, but for example, I don't think anyone would confuse Reformed Stoic for a Dempa tuber, and there's something quite interesting about that. Because he's someone vlogging, doing lo-fi minimal vlogs. Oh wait, what should we do here? We need the lights off in the gymnasium, the lights on in the dark room, and the electricity on in the garage. Do I also need to do that? I think I've done everything I need to do with that, right? The key card system is on. It should be unlocked. I think, shouldn't we just turn the system on, off? Fuck, I'm confused. Okay, whatever. We can come back to it if we need to. We have an excess of steps. Yeah, I'd be streaming for 3 hours. I had told myself we were going to keep this one fairly short today because I want to watch some anime. What anime is out today? I think it's Jigokuraku and Ikoku Nikki? Yeah. We can move the rotunda. Dude, the return of Luke Smith was so funny because everyone was like really hyped, and I feel like by like the third video, everyone's like, "Oh my god! Like, can we not anymore?" It was very funny. The excitement dwindled so quickly. There's usually a third one, no? Okay, well this is actually a very good room for us to draft right now, because I honestly don't remember the state of how we left things below. And even though it's not the most efficient for us to go there now, I kind of just want to go there now to check out how we've left it. Hello, buddy. I hope we left this all open. Yeah, we did. Just because the entrance here is flooded. We've done all this already in the past. That should all be sorted out too. I think we did everything in this room, did we not? It's really hard to say sometimes. I remember spending quite a bit of time solving this fucking puzzle to... Ugh, man. I remember there was a lot of crap you had to push around in very specific ways. You had to use this like power sledgehammer thing to bash this back wall open. Is that right? I think we did everything here. This just circles back to... we have a magnifying glass. Anything? Patent for the high pressure condenser. You know, we probably did take a picture of this at some point, but maybe it's good too. Is it unim or unim? Okay, very funny. So it's literally just my cat's name backwards, and my cat's name is Minu. And when I first came up with the name, I called it Unim. But honestly, I first just came up with it for like, back when I lived in Berlin, I used to sometimes occasionally go out to like, I didn't do this a lot, but I would occasionally go out to some of the fucking clubs or whatever. And I did make this track. It's the first track on the channel, this kind of like drumless, like arpeggiator, like trance synth track that I was like kind of made over a couple sessions coming back from a club, like late at night. And for some reason, I just liked having my cat's name backwards as the name. This was before I knew about Noah or anything. This would have been like 2017, probably, that I made that track. And so I had that name around. And then I put it, I don't know, I somehow made the channel and put that name on it at some point. And then when I decided to purpose this channel as like doing some Dempa adjacent stuff or interact with people from that scene through this, that just became the name. But I hadn't said it out loud really much at all. And then No totally said Unim on stream, and so it just became Unim, even though I totally had imagined it as Unim before. But I'm so used to saying Unim, and that seems to be how people intuitively read it normally. So it's just become Unim. That's just, you know, it's whatever. It's like most names, just they don't have to be self-given. But I also think it's very funny that No's Dempa channel is like a backwards channel, and that like mine is essentially a backwards channel name, but that I came up with it divorced from that, you know, from knowing that about No's, or from even knowing his channel at all. Oh, is there anyone else who has backwards channels? I think there's another one. What's another backwards channel? I think there is. I'm trying to think. I'll have to consider. If the excavation process is going smoothly and crew spirits are higher than they've been in weeks, I believe this increase in morale is in no small part due to the installation of the boiler, which has honestly been a godsend. We now have steam power. Okay, yeah, this is just from the fucking boiler room, right? I believe that's... Yeah, and this just goes over here. Yep, okay. Oh yeah, fuck, we could have done this from the start. Am I an idiot? I'm a low-key idiot. I completely forgot you could just do this. I also forget, where does this take you again? This takes you somewhere too. Oh yeah, it takes you to this other part in the cliff. We're gonna go clue hunting, even though this is a complete waste of our steps on this run. Because I really can't recall what mystery. I know there's like this other computer that has some mysteries on it that we haven't solved. I know we haven't gotten all of the envelopes. I know there was some water level shit that we hadn't sorted out either. I guess that's enough stuff to work off of. Yeah, we unlocked this. We're sure we've been here multiple times. Nothing interesting with the magnifying glass. No. Not at all. Also, the fucking screen tear. You seen that screen tear there? Look at that. Terrible. What is that? Is that some VSync problem? Should we add the VSync in? Well, whatever. We can add the VSync in Steam later. But that looks like some serious VSync issues. Look at those VSync issues, guys. Look at those Sorry, I don't want to make you sick with those VSync issues. Yeah, this is this chest thing that I need to be paying attention to the... Because we have to... Yeah, see, it's a chessboard that's structured like the house. And we need to position them in the correct area. What's interesting is I swear I've seen the white pawn in several places. Oh, I know what we need to do. We probably need to get all of these drafted in our house, and then put each one on the respective space in the floor plan that they are existing in. Yeah, that's probably what we need to do. Oof, man. Okay. I'm sure we've screenshotted this before, but we're gonna do that. We have a lot of steps on this run, so we might be able to go and take a look at what we've drafted. What do we need? Pawn, knight, bishop, rook, king, queen. Everything? Oh, I guess it's every chess piece, huh? There's no chess piece left out? No, there isn't. Okay, it's just all the chess pieces. Yeah, we've bashed that open already. Castle. Oh shit. An acrostic poem. Oh shit, maybe that has to do with how we have to. Oh my god, maybe it's not even that we have to put them there. Maybe we have to like solve this as well and then do something. Oh, I don't know, man. This is definitely one of the mysteries we have to solve in the game at the moment. Oh, Claudia said, I don't really see it. Probably stream compression. Yeah, probably. Well, I can tell you that when I whip through, unlike if I just put it on the laptop screen, on this monitor, we are having some serious VSync issues. Oh, this game is definitely impressive. I'm definitely a bit bummed for it, the creator, that he didn't win Game Developer of the Year. That he lost to the Claire Obscura people who just made French Final Fantasy. Which, to be fair, is not an easy task, but... Yeah, this is a very important book. I'm sure we have screenshots of all of it already. But these are like what you use partially to decode some of these late game mysteries, like the puzzles. I've done some of them already, but I really forget. Banners, Marshall, Fog. God damn, man, I forget how much bullshit there is to solve. I bought a 240 hertz monitor for a specific game, and the difference is stark. Like 60 FPS in the same game is a world of difference. Really interesting. I guess just that high refresh rate. Oof, I might need to change how I'm playing. I might have to move this into a significantly more comfy... See, now we're caring about the comfy because my fucking back is hurting. Because I'm playing this like on a couch, kind of. I have like a large coffee table that I've been using as a desk, and I'm on the couch. But it means I haven't been reclining this whole time. Oh, now I'm reclining heavenly. Oh, nice. Oh. Yeah, the neck pain was real there for a second. Did we forget anything? No, that's where we just were, yeah? No? We didn't go here yet. What's in here again? It is a foreman's log. Shh, nothing exciting on it. I'm sure we've screenshotted this already. Nothing then. And what's at the end of here? Does it link to anything? I don't recall it doing so. Oh, there was a staircase there. That seems like the kind of shit maybe you can blow up with something. What? Does this lead up into the cave thing? Is that right? Yeah, this is, oh, I forget this all links around like this. Also, this is fucking part of that, yeah. We already solved this puzzle here. It's good that I'm just reacclimating myself to all these underground spots. This area with the water that we need to change so that we can like use a boat to go across is around here. In fact, ooh, is this really where we want this? Shouldn't we? Oh, I guess there's no difference, right? Well, we could temporarily do this, but I don't think we would usually do that, would we? We don't want to block anything. I think no matter what, you end up blocking something, because this will take you out here. Yep, exactly. I'm sure we've read this before. What the fuck? Yo, I don't think I've ever noticed that before. What the hell? There's like a safe in the ceiling? How the hell did we get up to that? What the actual fuck? What the hell? There's a safe in the ceiling. Or a door, or is it a door that was unopened before that I've opened? It doesn't seem like it. What? That's really weird. I don't think I've ever noticed that. But Colaria, have you watched any Endless Jess videos? That's someone I could definitely rec to you. I'm sure you've heard it mentioned a number of times at this point. Because Endless Jess, like, I don't know if you know the whole, like, Digi history. There's, like, the pre-YouTube history, but then, like, the YouTube history, which is really what's relevant for our current purposes. Also, this must be something. Must be related to that shit up there somehow. Is that, you know, I don't know if you know that, like, Digi's channel was, Trixie's channel, whatever you want to say, was initially, well, that channel was Digi Brony, and, Coardia says, yeah, I've heard of Endless Jest. They were a PCP member. Exactly. Not only that, they were like the cool one. Like, Jesse was the oldest out of them. Jesse's interesting because Jesse is like, you know, as a millennial, I would say Jesse feels like Jesse's from a slightly different generation than me. It's a lot of the reference points and when I was a little kid, I remember some of this wrestling stuff going on, but Jesse's like really into there's a lot of like interest in like late 80s stuff, I would say. And like kind of the hangover of the 80s on culture. But they were all brony YouTubers essentially, is how the PCP people got linked up. They were all, the way that Trixie would mythologize it is they were all kind of at the vanguard of the brony scene. See, this is the place that we have to get the fucking water level right for, so that we can take this boat and go over there. Even though I feel like maybe we've been there, but we need to see, there's also like some shit under here that I think we have to get by draining the water, but there's all these annoying things you have to do to get the water to different levels, and I don't think I have yet figured out how to get it to the exact right level where you can just walk onto the boat. So we have yet to be on the boat, but that's one of the other puzzles that we're attempting to solve, I think. Okay, so we've identified a few puzzles that we can attempt. Because usually I think the way you'd want to play this game is you want to like identify a couple puzzles you could do, and then based on how your run is going, you want to pivot to different ones based on whatever seems feasible at the moment. But if you want to watch the Jesse content, you can relate like the. Okay, first of all, I just say go watch the earliest vid on the channel. This just because it's very funny to see where it came from. Because already some of the like making fun of the audience in a meta way stuff is there from the start, like in this Demon Souls review video. But the main thing you want to watch is the Horseshoe Saga, in particular Horseshoe Finale. And Horseshoe Finale is kind of the prototype for what you could say is like the magnum opus format in this Dempa 2B YouTube space, as in you know, if you would call like in romantic era music or classical era music, right, the like orchestra piece or the opera are like the magnum opus major formats, right? I feel like in the Dempa tube space there was a perception that the magnum opus format was like, and No also did a lot to kind of shape this narrative, but was this like meta, like maybe even multi-part, but like some meta kind of going insane in your room type video that was like playing with audience expectations. No one's put it as like playing with what's real and what's not real kind of, and like taking the format of the YouTube vlog and being just very self-aware, but also very detail-oriented about how you're presenting it, and often with an eye towards some sort of like apotheosis or like satisfying conclusion. Didn't we already go back here? I think maybe we did. So like, you know, the first No video that's chasing on this is like, I mean, No brings them up in Dempa, is like on the, what is it? It's fucking called Cardistry Thesis. But also like the, you know, the Digi videos are also really going in on that. Like, but Digi is clearly trying to chase Jesse, because Jesse was like very detail oriented and like witty and had this kind of weird like I'm cringe but I'm gonna try to own it, even though it took me quite a while to really get down with some of the Jesse stuff, because there was something, I mean, it definitely makes it more intense, Jesse being older and just seeming like more like a loser than anyone. Like, yeah, I'm playing in my fucking man-child marsh, I'm like living in my mother's basement and there's literal like shit water on the floor, and I'm like, you know, taking my fucking action figures and making them like act out scenarios for my little YouTube channel with it, right? But there's a reason why Jesse really had this cult of personality and just like fandom. Like, Jesse still makes videos for patrons. I don't patron, so I don't know what they're like, but I feel like no matter how big Digi got at times with Trixie, I do feel like there was this chip on the shoulder of like, I'm not as good as Jesse, I need to, like, that was kind of the inspiration that they were chasing for a while. Anyway, No's Dempa video is very much in that kind of tradition, and I was thinking about how also the current, like, so the Dempa 2 Metamix video was also supposed to be in that format for a particular reason. I also really wanted it to be at least 3 hours, but also not much more than that, because I wanted it to be possible to watch in a live setting too. But I think that format, it'd be interesting to see some people rise to the occasion of trying to do some videos in that format. It's not the kind of thing you usually want to start off doing, I guess. You work towards it. But it's definitely the, like, yeah, the magnum opus format for the Dempa tuber. I forget, there is a computer around here that I accessed at some point. Where is that fucking computer again? Is it over here? Maybe? No? There definitely is a computer around here. Oh, another interesting person to be aware of, I think. I mean, I've never been super big into them. I'm not. My guess is they probably do post on Dempa Chan occasionally. Maybe I've even seen them name fag a couple times. Is Ouroborista, who again is another person who was very much a Digi fan and had multiple projects. You can you can see that we're clearly inspired by that. And yeah, I think that's another interesting person to check out as well. They still make videos. Him, they, I'm not sure what pronouns they use, but they still make videos. They're definitely not trying to play into the Dempa Tube thing at all, but they are still someone that I personally connect to this whole like post-Digi YouTube scene. But also maybe because, like, it's interesting how some of these channels, if you don't know that that's where they came from and you couldn't see that at the time, might be completely unrecognizable as related to that. Anything in there? Keys, hell yeah. Hopefully we don't just use 2 keys to get 2 keys. No, we use 2 keys to get 2 keys and some gems. Okay, did we buy everything from the commissary? I don't think we did. I think now is probably a good time to check if we need to buy anything. And Claudia said, yeah, I've been really trying to find my footing, flirting with pure audio, mixing some visuals, I guess, doing whatever, I've used scripts twice and a bullet point topic list once. Nice. Yeah, man. The script thing is interesting. I wrote a scripted video last year and I recorded the audio. I tried like 5 different takes and I was like, I can't fucking do this. And then I sent it to someone I know and I was like, how bad is this? And I felt like before he even responded, I was like, actually, there's no fucking way I'm doing this. It was really funny. It was in a period where I'd been watching a lot of Action Button and reading some old Tim Rogers stuff, and I was definitely trying to ape some of his vibe in it. And I think that was a little too obvious. Whatever, I didn't make it. It was actually about the Mal April Fool's joke this past year, which like they had announced that they were like getting bought out by like a fucking crypto company. Did you see this? It was horrifying. It triggered me so hard. But it was presented in a very like contrived way, like I'd written it almost like a poem type thing. I guess for this next video I want to upload, the middle part is actually does have a script, but it's kind of like it's extremely abstracted. It's like I can just tell you now, it's kind of like a cosmology of Dempatube, but then I've like written it and then I've like translated it into Japanese, and then like made it like had like some fucking GPT help of making it sound more like a fucking like Japanese like monogatari, like kind of traditional story, and then had like a text to speech read it. But it's also I cut it between that and explanations from a Macross fan site of the proto culture, and so it's like, and I've like fused that together so it all seems like it's part of the same text, so it's this like kind of very esoteric cosmology going on, and then it's being read in Japanese. And then there's also like other shit over it, so it's I don't know. Yeah. Corey said, I really don't care for companies or corporations or websites or even YouTubers doing April Fool's jokes. I used to try the same April Fool's joke on my mom every year because I think I had seen it in a movie or a TV show at one point where I would try to tape the faucet in the kitchen such that when you turn it on, the water would like spray back into your face. And I could never get it to work properly. Like every time the tape would just like fall down into the sink and it would be extremely disappointing and anticlimactic. I never got it to fucking work. And it's a difficult thing to test because, you know, if you test it and like it breaks, then you have to do it again. Like, I don't know. Clearly I wasn't committed to the bit enough. Otherwise I would have found a way to make it work. You know, if I could wish cast anything into the Dempatube space, it would be like 2.5 wishes. I'd have 2.5 wishes, I think. One, I think it's really important to keep the otaku element. For me, that's like, there's enough things for otaku that get polluted by the non-otaku, or like overtaken by them, that it'd be nice to not have that happen to this as well. So that's one. Then I would say I just wish people to present and grow into like kind of, you know, to feel emboldened to be weirder versions of themselves, or like I think Pars puts it in the Nightcore video that I put in the Metamix. He says he defines Demp as like accelerating your idiosyncrasies, becoming more weird, and I really love that. I think that's a great turn of the phrase, accelerating your idiosyncrasies. So I wish for that as well. I wish for that in video format. Some otaku accelerated idiosyncratic video stuff, you know. That's what I'd like. Was there another half of a wish? I think it was tacked on to the point I just made. Also, let's just check that we did this correctly. Also, is there anything we can do if we let swan song? I think there's another password we have somewhere though. For example, oh, there's a whole glossary of terms also that I could do. I think we've unlocked them all, yeah. Yeah, we have. Yeah, we have every single one. The remote terminal. The other ones are offline. Okay. Corey says, I was actually thinking of the tape prank, but the way I remember it, it was wrapping cellophane around the toilet to piss. It would splash everywhere rather than water. Well, that's a little more brutal. Maybe cellophane would have been better. I don't know. Why did I always do it with tape? Whatever, it never worked. I was clearly not doing it well. Wait, oh, did we? Oh yeah, we never ran this earlier. How many hallways do we have? I feel like we still haven't drafted a full number of them. Yeah, we still only have one. Not good. Not worth using. Okay, I just want to triple check that we did this well too. So the offline, yeah, so this is where we fucked up. We are gonna have to go back to that. Because what we want to do is set the offline mode to... Did we turn... No, we left it on. Yeah, so we fucked that off. Fucked that up. We want to keep it that. We should set the level to high, though. Because now we have a method of undoing that. Okay. What's the fastest way there? We go into the laboratory, straight through the atrium, into there, up through the observatory, into the rotunda. We rotate the rotunda. No. Yeah, we have to go from the rotunda to the kitchen. And then we move through the kitchen into... Wow, it's literally the last room. Fuck that. Okay. Well, it is what it is. We're doing it. In fact, you know how I don't mean to harp on it, but I was just thinking, you know how I said that there was a bit of an angry vibe in some of your videos. You know who really had the angry vibe? Kareyasu, man. Kareyasu had the fucking angry vibe, man. I feel like he would just like in a spurgy way, just be like, fuck! Sometimes in the videos, like, so fuck, like I mean, very much Sam Hyde. Like that's for example, the individual kind of flavor that he brought to DempaTube, his videos was very Sam Hyde core, very MD. In a way that I didn't always quite appreciate. Someone did give me a bit of shit for the fucking Sam Hyde being in the meta mix in one of those videos. They were like, you have Sam Hyde in there? It's like, yeah, it's true. There is some Sam Hyde in there. Like the Kareyasu aesthetic was like, you know, cars, guns. I mean, very Sam Hyde core. Like aggressive, racist comedy. It's also interesting sometimes in I mean, I guess this is in general internet culture, like similar to in my opinion, and I think in Noah's opinion, like the very misogynist joke that starts off the meta mix. Like, I mean, that was one of, or not the meta mix, Noah's Dempa video. That was one of the reasons. There was a few reasons why I wanted to make the meta mix, but that was also one of them. Is that I thought this like what I call the Dempa Manifesto in the beginning of that third chapter was so good, and it was hidden in like the third hour of a video that begins with a misogynist joke, and it was like, damn man, like I know some of it is like, you know, normie filters to gatekeep, but also you don't always gotta do that. Dude, I was just gonna be like, Kaesu is always goes fuck randomly earlier. Also, he was very unique in that he was the car guy. Kind of. I mean, Pars is also a car guy. Pars is a car guy in like this otaku-y kind of way. Like, yeah, like an Itasha kind of guy. But you're right, Kaesu was really like a car kind of guy. Oh. How can we buy this? We can't. Okay. Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm just laughing thinking about he would just like, you know, fuck. Like, no, I did it way better the first time. It was more accurately captured, more Sam Hyde-esque. Yeah, I guess this is where we wanted to go. We haven't fucked ourselves over, have we? No, we can still go to the foundation. Okay, good. My thing with the Kawari says, my thing with the misogynist joke is that the internet isn't self-aware enough to recognize that it was a joke. Even if it's not, I personally just sort of tune it out. I guess I'm desensitized. I mean, me too. Also, like I mean, those things can have an interesting shock effect in certain contexts, but well, I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah. Like, yeah, I mean, regardless, I guess how you would like hope it to function in an ideal way is that people, it's the shibboleth type thing where it's like, you know, this is the self-awareness of this is signaling to a certain in-group, right? And like to other people, it will make them click off if they don't understand that it's like self-aware in like an ironic way. But the thing is, you will get people who like don't get that and still plow through and then completely like, you know, misinterpret what's going on, right? I mean, that's the classic, like, I mean, Sam Hyde does a good example of this, the classic, like, you know, contemporary version of post-irony, where it's like, yeah, you're being ironic about it, but you're like, you're doing it too, like, you're doing it, and so some people will pick it up as you doing it. Or, like, it can have the same effect on the world as you just doing it, right? Cool. So they wouldn't shock me because I use the internet, but I have no clue how that would play out to your audience of probably very leftist people IRL who could potentially watch it. You know what I mean? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, it's also like, no, those are the leftist people. Yeah, I mean, definitely most of the people I hang around with. Although, I mean, in Denmark, a lot of the people, I think there's a mix of people who would kind of like think they're leftists and they're really neoliberals. And then like people who are like kind of actually more leftisty. Not that I'm even like the, you know, I'm not full Marxist mode or anything. I don't know. My political stance is probably a little more boring these days. Especially for someone who watches as much fucking political news as I do. Oof. Oof. Big oof. That kind of stuff can really get in the way of your immersion hours. I had told myself after the fucking election I was gonna start watching less stuff, and then like what happened is the whole last year has been just non-stop crazy shit, and so it's been very hard to hop off of the political news train, even if I would really like to at times. being informed on the world is way too seductive. You know, the allure of being up on the conversation. Okay, what do we pick? The den, I guess, could be helpful. It's the only one that doesn't give us a dead end, so that's kind of good. Coaria says, I was a very internet leftist a few years back. I consumed an insane amount of bread tube. I think I've mellowed out, not in favor of liberalism, but this weird sort of self-aware apathy. No is here. Hello, no. Sometimes you gotta watch an Atric video. It is just what it is. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, Osaka literally caught me in the Breaking Points comment section one time. I'm a fucking avid Breaking Points watcher. I'm not afraid to admit it here. I will admit it. I've been watching them since their old show on the Hill. I've been watching them since day one. I can even admit that I got my whole family pretty much into watching Breaking Points, which is very funny. And that normally when I go back home every year for Christmas, I pick up a new hat for the year. And I hadn't done that this year. And lo and behold, my mom and my sister had bought me a motherfucking Breaking Points hat. It says Breaking Points Premium on it. And I was a little horrified. I was, of course, going to wear it because my family bought it for me. And, you know, and I do watch Breaking Points, but what is just very bizarre is it's like telegraphing your political news show on your head when you walk out in public. And luckily I live in a country where most people would not be aware of what it is at all. But I was wearing it when I was in Japan, and there was something really funny to me about walking into like Arrowgate stores wearing a Breaking Points. And I really had this image in my head of if someone who was like in the Breaking Points like fan base like saw it and took a picture of me in some really like absurd otaku context and sent it to some of the people who do the show. I don't know why, I just thought it was really, really funny. And I do feel a little self-conscious wearing it in public, which is quite funny because I don't feel self-conscious about wearing a shirt with like Hanakawa on it in public. But somehow I feel a little self-conscious about wearing like a political YouTube channel hat in public. No, it says reality TV is fun. Would you call it reality TV? I feel like Breaking Points is at least a step up from normal reality TV. Like it's news, you know? I don't know. No, you probably watch like all my British friends watch Novara Media. Is that what you watch? Are you a big Novara Media kind of dude? They're very much like you could tell they're fans of Breaking Points. They had Crystal had what's his face on earlier in the year to talk about his. She was like rereading his book, the luxury automated space communism book. An element of naivety. Oh wait, sorry. Koaria says, I think it would be funny to wear amazing atheist TJ Kirk merch. And element of naivety, hello, nice to see you, welcome to the stream, says pose with a Daki or some shit, also hi. Oh my god. I think there was nothing that would explode Saga and Jetty's head more than you wearing a Breaking Points hat with a fucking Daki Makuta while taking a bong rip. Oh, maybe while also placing a fucking like online sports gambling bet, a poly market bet, let's say. That could also be the thing. You know what? Here, I'm just gonna throw this idea out into the ether because the music festival that I co-direct this year, were some of the themes we're curating it around are themes of like automation, post-labor, rot, decay, money, and the group that I'm in, we usually have an event every year, and we haven't exactly decided what event we're doing, but I've had for years the idea of an experimental music event in a like casino type format, which like when I had pitched it to some people some years ago, no one was that interested in, and I have never interacted with the casino in my adult life, so I'm not very informed on it. But then we've been thinking about bringing it back for this because well, I think it works with the themes we're already working with, and there's some interesting ideas of like chance. But then I was also thinking about like how contemporary gambling has changed the idea. Like the casino is with you everywhere. Yeah, I don't know. We were thinking about like trying to make some sort of like festival like currency, and then maybe like some festival poly market site. But the thing is, it's about how you deal with like the absurdity and like shittiness of gambling in a way that like becomes artistically interesting. And like, I don't know, there's just it feels like a very loaded topic to deal with. And because I don't gamble, I feel like I might be out of my depth. But it's still the coolest idea I have for a concert in that format. So I'm not sure exactly how it's going to go down. Let's see. No says, personally, I don't mind rotting. And Koaria says, I like videos of old people using slot machines. In relation to rotting, we're going to have a piece called Rot Society. It's a collab between some people I studied with in my bachelor's. One of them who's a pretty big artist now, like they have a Wikipedia page. Manuel Arturo Abreu, probably actually the most acclaimed artist that I studied with in my bachelor's. And Manuel wrote a book called Rot Semantics some years ago. Yeah, so they're kind of doing some performances that explore that, go deeper in that idea. A lot to do with like the degradation of meaning and how that like reforms new meaning. And hey, look at that, we hit a fucking dead end. Is that right? There's nothing else we can do with this? Yep, we're screwed. Element of Naivety says, we should hang out soon, dude. Yes. Have you tried to call me recently at all? We should hang out soon. I'm gonna tell you this. I have not done anything in 2026 since I got back from Japan that wasn't like I haven't gone into Copenhagen for anything that wasn't like a meeting that I had to do, or like a venue I had to check out for the festival, or to buy weed. Has there been anything? I haven't gone in for leisure at all. Actually, you know what we should go do? Do you want to go see Sumac on April 1st? I'm gonna go fucking see Sumac at Vega. They're playing at Lille Vega, the little stage. It's not sold out yet. I actually need to buy my ticket. But we should go see Sumac. You said nah? Is that nah that you haven't hit me up on my phone at all? Or nah that you don't want to go see Sumac? Because you should want to go see Sumac on April 1st. In fact, yeah, let's go see Sumac on April 1st. Like, I'm gonna go regardless, so I can tell you that I'm going into Copenhagen for a leisure reason. You said, oh hell yeah. Yeah, let's go see Sumac. Did you fucking see that Neurosis, like yesterday or 2 days ago, was it? Just out of nowhere dropped a new album with fucking Aaron Turner from Sumac and ISIS as like a member of the band. It's actually kind of not exactly my thing. Like I used to like Neurosis. I saw them in like 2011. But I have to say nowadays for the sludge stuff, I'm way less into this whole like atmospheric sludge thing. I much prefer the like death sludge vibe. Yeah, it was. I mean, I like Sumac a lot. Sumac, Primitive Man, Slow Hole. That's kind of the best sludgy groups I've been into recently. So it was really funny because everyone's fucking loving this new Neurosis album, and honestly, I was pretty fucking whelmed by it. I was very whelmed, I would say. I mean, it wasn't bad. Like, people were like, "Oh, this is like maybe their best work yet," and like I could see that there's probably some reason to think that. But I don't know. I guess it's just not what I'm hungry for right now. Yeah, people were really stoked, and it is always cool when a band that's been inactive for a long time just drops something out of nowhere, and with Aaron Turner in their group. Damn. I'm really holding out hope that well, Element of Naivety, you'll know what I'm talking about, but Soleil has a new piece being done at Rewire Festival in Amsterdam. and there might be extra money in the budget for her to bring me out for it, because there's interest in putting it on the festival in Copenhagen. And in Rewire, Sumac and More Mother are doing the fucking set of that album they did together. I would also like to see that, because I'm pretty sure Sumac will probably be playing most of the new album in the gig in Copenhagen. But I am not going to go to... It's not... Wait, is it in the Netherlands? Rewire? Maybe it's in Den Haag. I think it's in Den Haag. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to go if I have to pay to go. But if I get flown out to go... There's a few other cool things I'd like to see there as well. Johannes Kreidler has an installation piece. And Rewire could be interesting to go to if I get to go for free. Element of 90 said, yeah, I saw a review on Quietus. Listen to a bit of Neurosis. They're good for that hit of cathartic post-metal. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I've been less into. Like, it's kind of funny to me that a lot of the biggest sludge bands are like actually just post-metal bands. Kind of prefer when they aren't post-metal bands. But yes, I would be down to hang out. I literally haven't done any just like... I don't think I've just hung out with anybody this year. Is that right? Probably not. I went to one concert in Copenhagen like the day or two after I got back from Japan, and it was because I had some music gear from somebody that they needed back, and so we just decided to meet at the concert. Okay, this run is bust. Okay, sorry, that was irrelevant for a lot of people, I guess. Although, hey, new Neurosis album could be relevant for some people, right? Okay, but no one gave me any feedback on the slot machine, or not slot machine. Sorry, the casino themed, the gambling themed concert, huh? Does that sound enticing? Maybe I'm asking the wrong audience. I really like the way the music fuses in there. It's quite nice. Element of Naivety says, yeah, I haven't done much these past months. Either I'll hit you up sooner than later. Yeah, just hit me up. I've really been extremely antisocial this year. In fact, I would even say I've probably... Yeah, I mean, it's quite bad, especially where I currently live. I'm not getting enough walking in either. It's quite bad. I'm gaining weight. I don't want to become fat. Colaria says, I would not be able to set foot in that environment if it resembles a casino. Well, it probably wouldn't actually be a casino, but we would pipe in, for example, there's this Japanese composer, Akiko Yamane, and she has some works, fuck, what are they called? She has these like field recordings she's done in pachinko parlors and arcades. And we'd probably like set some of those up around like the perimeter of the room and play them in like multi-channel audio. Maybe play some of them simultaneously to like give the entire room that kind of like, you know, overwhelming like sound. I kind of love that shit, man. I love the like insane sounds of Japanese stores. Like one of my favorite things that will happen in some of them For example, I mean, a lot of the Aerogate stores have this. Like, Trader is a great example, where there'll be music playing in the store, but then often there'll be like an in-store like advertisement thing set up, and that in-store advertisement thing will often be playing like advertisement that has music in it on a loop, and so that is being like recontextualized in relation to whatever the like house audio from the other speakers are, which I think can be pretty sonically interesting. And then the other thing that will happen in some stores is you'll have, I don't understand the whole rationale behind this, but it's great. You'll have two different sets of like store music playing in like different places on the same floor. And then there'll be like locations you can be in where you can really like get parts of both of them. It's fucking great. It's a great aesthetic. I guess we can take storeroom, that's fine. Damn, could y'all hear that? Did y'all hear the fucking... the chimes? Chimu? Chimu kikimasu ka? I heard the chimes, yeah. This is a very comfy game to watch. Yeah, I definitely had a feeling that this would be significantly more comfy than the format I would normally do. It's also quite low pressure for me, so it's very nice. It really allows you to just chat and chill. Not a bad room to have in the corner there. I don't know how much longer I'll sustain. I want to get to a store before it closes because I'm going to have to get more cat food. And I'm also kind of hungry. And I also want to watch anime. When are we gonna watch the anime? Oh, I forgot to ask Noah how he was liking whatever ReZero he watched in the interim. Noah, if you're still there, how you liking the ReZero, huh? Actually, who's your favorite character? Who's your favorite ReZero girl, huh? Speaking of ReZero, just like this season, there's quite a lot of fucking sequel anime next season. What are the ones I'm watching? We talked a lot about the new shows already, but what were the sequels? There's Dorohedoro Season 2. We'll see how it is without the fucking one of the greatest anime background designers ever, who was on Season 1 and who I believe has died since then, and is obviously not going to be on Season 2 then. Even though in my opinion I don't think they colored the characters in Dorohedoro in a way that complemented his backgrounds, and when you have a background artist like that, you should fucking complement his backgrounds instead of expecting him to complement your character colors, because he's a fucking goat. I believe that's right. Did he not pass away? Wait 1 second. I just want to quickly check this to make sure I'm not attributing the Dorohedoro backgrounds to the wrong dude. Oh, I forgot that I completely shut down my browser earlier. Oh no, guys! I just opened like a couple hundred tabs of a browser. I hope you're not hearing like a bunch of audio. I didn't hear any of the audio, so it doesn't look like I triggered any random videos. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the Dorohedoro background artist. Okay, so there's new Dorohedoro. There is... What else is coming? Oh yeah. There's Isekai Vending Machine Jihanki Season 3. I'll be watching that. There is... I'm not even looking. I'm still looking for this fucking background artist. What's the name? Art director is usually the term. Is this really him? Can't be him. I guess it must be him. Okay, he didn't die. Oh, this is the guy I was thinking of though, but he didn't die. I was confusing him with another guy who did die. But this is the guy who also did the backgrounds in Kekai Sensen. Big fan of the backgrounds in that. His backgrounds are based. Anyway, he's the guy who did. Wait, did he not die? He must have died. It said he did the backgrounds in Angel's Egg. Did he not die? Shinji Kimura, did he not die? They have him listed on shows from last year too. I could have sworn he died. Did I make this up? Did I like Nelson Mandela him? He has an Instagram. What the fuck? I guess he's alive. I don't know why I thought he died. What the hell? I could have sworn the guy who did the Angel's Egg backgrounds died. Okay, whatever. Whatever, I guess that didn't happen. I'm completely unreliable. Did we get everything from here? Anyway, it looks like he's just credited with setting and not art director for the new season of Dorohedoro. So that's a little concerning. Let's see, what else is coming out off the top of my head? ReZero, Jihanki, Dorohedoro. I feel like there's one other sequel. Oh yeah, Classroom of the Elite. Damn, that's a show that I have a bit of a soft spot for, even though I maybe shouldn't. Absolutely some good things about that show. Pretty variable across the seasons. Definitely some good anime junk food for me, though. I will happily eat that shit up. Do we not even have a shovel? We don't even have a fucking shovel. I feel like I also always expect there to be some mechanism with the grill here, but I don't think I've found any grill mechanism thus far. Also, one second, I need to get my OBS back on screen because I totally shifted shit to be able to look that up in the browser. Oh yeah, wait, is that it? Are those the shows on the sequels? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, I would also, I guess, oh my god, I can't believe I'm gonna do this. I guess I'm gonna check out some of JoJo's Steel Ball Run because it begins in my hometown apparently. And I think it could be cool to see anime do a take on my hometown. So that's worth at least seeing an episode of, I guess, just to say I saw an anime version of my hometown, you know? How often is there going to be an anime version of your hometown? If you're from California like me, probably not very often. Breakfast Nook. Billiard room. We haven't been into billiard room yet. Have y'all seen the fucking, oh my god, I hope I can do this. The billiard room puzzle. Also, first of all, I have not figured out what the fuck is going on here. Koaria says, literally never. I am from a mid-sized Canadian city, but looks like every other mid-sized Canadian city. And there's nothing special to it. Yeah, probably unlikely you'll be getting an anime from there then. Anime set there. But yeah, JoJo's Steel Ball Run starts in my hometown, so I'm gonna have to watch some of it just to see. Why not? It'll also probably leave there pretty quickly, considering it's a cross-country race. Okay, so the deal with this thing here is the game builds its own fucking mathematical system for how it does math in this game over the course of it, and I guess I was pretty good at math as a kid. I was definitely good at math as a kid. In fact, I got an award and ranked in the state of California for math for my age group when I was like 8 or 9 years old. So I was like a math boy when I was little. But what's really interesting is they kind of like redo, they kind of redo math, and they just teach it to you with this dartboard format, and you're supposed to kind of like learn how it works. And we'll see if I can remember, because it gets pretty fucking weird. So 20, easy. Okay. So what's going on here? We're gonna have to, I'm gonna try to talk you through the mental thought process. So the center thing is usually like something squared or square rooted, I believe. So like what we're looking at here is something like 20 plus 10 minus 9, but it might be minus the square root of 9, which would be 3. 20 plus 10 minus the square root of 9. So that's not going to work unless we're only using the ones digit. Because we have to click on the correct number for the solution, right? So let's say 20 plus 10 minus 9, 21 square rooted. No, let's click 1. Will 1 work? Nope, that was wrong. Okay. Okay, let's try it again. 20 plus 10, 30. Could it be 9 squared? No, it can't be 9 squared because that'd be ridiculous. 27C. Oh, it should be 7, shouldn't it then? If it was 27, then maybe it's 7. Nope. 20. I hope we're not fucking this up. Okay, let's say I'm wrong and the blue actually isn't addition. Let's say that's subtraction. Let's say that's 10. Oh, that would still be 7. Well, what if it was 10 minus 9 square root of 1, 1? What if it was 1? Oh, we tried that as well. Okay. So it's not that. 20 plus 10, 30. Because then, you know, what if you really get stumped, like in this situation, you can, of course, just try the different numbers and then try to work backwards once you know the solution and like reverse engineer the logic. So we could be like, no, we could be like, no, it wasn't 4. Let's try 5. Wasn't 5. Let's see if we can reverse engineer the math here. It was 12. Okay, so the right answer there was 12, and so we're gonna have to remember that and figure out how the fuck we ended up with 12 as that answer. This one, oh, maybe it works its way outward in. Is that possible? Maybe that is possible, actually. 20. What? So let's. What if this was 20 minus 1 plus. 1 plus 13. 14. 6. That doesn't seem very good. Okay, well, the first thing we need to figure out is why is the answer to this 12, right? The answer is 12. So we need to figure out how we get to 12. If we say... Oh, how do we get to 12 from that? What were we saying before? We were saying something like 20 plus 10, 30, minus 9, 21. And then, oh, maybe that middle thing reverses it. Then you reverse it from 21 to 12. Okay, that's the logic we're going with. The middle thing is reversing the number, right? So we got 12. So let's try that logic here. We got 13 plus 1, 14. But we reverse it to 41. Minus 20 is 21. Okay, that's not good. What about if we reverse it? We take 13, we reverse that to 31. We add 1, that's 32. We minus 20, that's 12. What if it's 12 again? No, that's not it either. Okay. I don't know, I'm liking that logic I had there, where it's like 20 plus 10, 30, minus 9, 21, and then you reverse the number there. Seems right to me. Oh, I didn't read your last chat, did I? I think a Japanese person obsessed with Canada is extremely funny premise. It is a funny premise. I think I don't know. This will tell you something silly about me. I think the most recent like me being self-aware of consuming or like watching something of like that was explicitly Canadian was the most recent episode of the Adam Friedland show, which I absolutely did not complete, I don't think, but where he has this fucking hockey player on. I guess he feels very Americanized, this hockey player, actually. What's his name? I don't remember his name. Also, I just refreshed my YouTube feed. There was an upload 21 minutes ago from Devin Lulin Vega. Damn. A Wonder Swan in UXN. No, if you're still there, did you ever get on learning UXN? How'd that go? Can you build a Wonder Swan in UXN? Can you play the Wonder Swan in UXN? Okay, we gotta figure out the... Okay, this is 12. We got that. We gotta answer this. So what are we doing? 13 plus 1? 14? Reverse to 41? That seems wrong though, because then we have no way to get to 21. So it seems to... Oh, unless it's 1. Could it be 1? No, it can't be 1. Okay. Okay, we got... Because at certain points in doing this was squared. But I just don't think that's how it is at all anymore. And it's really not 12. It's really not 13 becomes 31. Plus 1 is 32. Minus 20 is 12. No. Gloria says, I like the Adam Friedland show stuff with Nick Mullen, but I don't really watch it that often. I saw the interview he did with Clavicular, though. That was funny. Yeah, it was kind of funny. It was kind of weird. I don't know. I kind of... Yeah, it was a little weird. I don't know. I feel like Adam is at his worst when he's trying to understand culture that is younger than him. Let's put it that way. I don't know though, because I thought I had a take on... I can't believe we're about to fucking give a Clavicular take, but I thought I had a take on Clavicular that might have been interesting. But honestly, I think it was probably wishful thinking. I thought he was way more self-aware than he is. I totally thought like it's all totally a grift performance, and it's like wrestling, you know, this whole like kind of kick sphere of these streamers, these looks maxing kick streamers, that it's all kind of like a pseudo scripted like wrestling performance type thing. But I don't know. There's been some other things that have happened that I think I see pop up sometimes that I'm like, maybe that was more like how I wish he was instead of how he actually is. You say he's actually just that autistic. Yeah, I think that's what I've realized upon seeing more stuff. I was like, oh, this has got to be a bit that he's playing up to become rich and famous. To be fair, it could still kind of be both. Okay, but what's fucking going on with this math here? Can we figure out this fucking math? What about 11? Could it be 11? Wait, why would it ever be 11? God damn it, are we gonna have to reverse engineer this as well? I guess we can do that. That's painful though, because I really thought we figured out how that worked there, and now we're just gonna have to like spam and see if we can figure out how this one works. We don't have to do this, but I'm a little too proud to not. Oof. Koaria says, I don't think he's that self-aware at the end of the day, but he's certainly playing into it. Clip farmy, as they say. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what's crazy is, like, I Oh, it's kind of bad. I've started using Twitter again since I went to Japan, because all of the Japanese anime scene and creator scene is like all on fucking Twitter. And if you wanted to like see all this Komiket information, you had to be on Twitter. So I fucking like got like, I mean, I don't post. I think I've never posted on like the Twitter account I have right now. But I definitely got back on looking at Twitter because of Komiket and just like being in Japan and it being so omnipresent. And then like all the accounts that I had followed before is all like otaku related stuff. But what's crazy is that even though I almost exclusively follow otaku related stuff on Twitter, I never tweet. The only non-otaku related stuff I follow is like leftist, like academic stuff, kind of like monetary theory stuff and shit like that. And still, I think every time I refresh the Twitter timeline, they are trying to throw a fucking clavicular link at me. It is insane. I don't know how he's tapped into that. But it's like I don't. I mean, I do end up watching them sometimes because you know how it goes. But like, holy shit, it really does feel like he's being pushed really hard by some algorithmic force. Because I think that's like I've only ever seen him in like interview context or just like for some reason Twitter just like, you know, spamming links of his or clips of his onto my feed. Anyway, I'm trying to stop using that again. But it's always interesting to see all the fucking otaku discourse or like anime discourse. You forget how much that is just completely on Twitter, especially with AniTube being way less of a thing. But even, to be honest, in the older AniTube days, Twitter's still really where a lot of that like discussion happens. A lot of bad discussion. It was where I first became aware that fucking Zoomers are referring to Monogatari as Diddy-gatari. Horrifying bullshit. Okay, we're not even being disciplined about how we're picking numbers here. What could the fucking solution to this one be? Huh? Could we go backwards? 20 minus 1, 19 plus 30, 13. We got 32. Flip it around, it's 23. That's not possible. Is 3 not on here? Is 3 not? Oh, there it is. Oh, hey, that was right! Oh, shit. Okay, we might have actually just cracked the code, guys. I think we did work that out. Colaria says, I got 1,000 likes on this tweet trolling someone by saying saying you weren't Gen Z if you were born after 2005. Very odd and arbitrary. What? Okay, we should use the logic we applied to that previous one to this. So it would be something like 10 minus 5? Or is it 10 plus 5 minus the rest? Are these like a parentheses going around this? Whatever, we'll try this one first. 10 minus 5, 5, plus 1, 6. Oh shit, no, we forgot reverse. Okay, sorry. 10 minus 5, 5. 5 reverse, still 5. Okay, that's a little concerning. Maybe it should be 1, whatever. Plus 1, 6. Plus 2... 8, unless that should be a multiplied thing. Oh no, sorry, we've forgotten this. Order. Okay, so that's 5, 5, 35, maybe? Plus 3? 38? 8? Nope. Okay. 8 was wrong. Come on, people. Where are our Dempa math whizzes here? Let's see. We could try 10 plus 5, 15. Flip it around, we get 1. We add... Oh, actually, that's kind of weird. That wouldn't make sense, would it? 1... 10 minus 5... 10 plus 5, no. There's something about that I'm really not liking. 5, and it's got to interact with that 7.
What if it was 1551? That doesn't cleanly divide by 7, so that's not useful. Okay. I mean, 5 makes it more manageable by multiplying, then you get 35. And then the question is what you deal with that 3 there, the 2 and the 1. 35, 2, 1. Yeah, man, what is it? We were able to... No, that's not it. Kohari says, sorry, you're out of luck. Math has always been my weakest subject. Damn. Yeah, and this is even normal math. This is like... I mean, it's just like the rest of the game, it's problem solving. But this is certainly the most mathematical the problem solving gets in it. Because it's all like... It's using this weird code to generate math. And you just have to like intuitively pick it up. Which wasn't so... I don't remember it being so bad when I was playing this game before, but certainly coming back to it. And because like every time you complete this puzzle completely, it like gets more difficult, progressively difficult, right? I guess we could spam. That's always an option. It was nice that we figured out the last one without having to spam though, because it seemed like we had cracked the code. 10 minus 5. Let's try squaring it here. That gives us 25. That doesn't help actually, because you know we're not going to multiply 25 by 7. I mean, we could. What is that? 175. That's not going to help us out at all. For some reason, I feel like 8 is. No. I'm sorry if you're watching this and you were fucking feeling like this is excruciating. Ooh, I think we're just gonna spam and try to figure it out like that. At least we figured out the middle one on our own. Okay, let's see. Let's get a new prompt to chat about. I don't know. We're gonna have to. 1 second. Let's pull up. Whoa. I just refreshed Denpa-chan and like 3 of the fucking most recent posts on threads are just YouTube links with like no additional context at all. People talking about autism as a spectrum. People saying it was crazy that other people literally posted the dem CP links. That's also a thing I actually don't understand. Not that I've ever clicked on one of those links, but when you like spam a link like that and you post it 3 times and you say like this is what it is, like I actually don't understand. Is the motivation for doing that to get people to endanger the site? Because it doesn't seem like if you were trying to trick people into clicking on that, obviously you wouldn't label it as such. But then like if you were trying to find people into that, you wouldn't be posting it here in the first place. Like I was like, well, I don't understand what the motivation could be behind posting this in that way, unless like you were just trying to get the site in trouble, which I guess could be the reason. Kind of sad that people just want to do that. I don't know, pretty lame. Okay, let's figure this out. Come on, guys. Come on, 11? No. Give me a number, any number. I don't know, it takes you to a paste bin with file download links if I remember correctly. Oh, really? Okay. Regardless, I just don't understand, like for example, okay, let's say they're telling the truth and that is what's there. It's like, why are you posting it here? I don't get it. And then let's say that isn't there. Why would you like disguise whatever you're hiding in those links with that? Like, I don't know. Something is not working in my brain when I try to visualize the motivation behind doing that. Yo! Was 15? Oh, hey, it's the key card. Which is actually completely unnecessary at this point. Oh, no, wait, it's a new run. I forgot. Okay. Well, that's actually a good thing then. Yay. It was worth us toiling to figure that out. Oh, bro, look at this. We've already dead-ended this area as well. Oh, there's also something to do with this. Have I done it once before? I feel like I have maybe solved this. There is like some weird fucking thing with this in here too, I think. Or am I merging this with Inscription? I don't know. I feel like there's something up with both of these things. Like, this, I think, has to mean something as well. This is the thing about these types of games. You start reading way too much into little details. Like what fucking location the pool cue is. And the fact that the fucking dimensions of the pool table is like the dimensions of the blueprint layout. Huh? Did you see that? And then you can't tell if that's supposed to mean something, the location of these guys, right? And that maybe, you know, I'm supposed to put something there, which would... Where would that be? That would be... okay, if we're gonna 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's 5 by 9. Wario says, I remember delivering some vehement, impassioned lectures on autism to people as a kid in school. I was very particular about it and attempted to vigorously correct these children's misunderstandings. It did not work. Damn. Oh, also, I didn't even take note of, like, which of these ones are there and, like, how the... Oh my god, there's lots of fucking little details, man. I don't know what all these details mean. What do all the details mean? I feel like this is meaning something, though. 1, 2, 3... Are these at the same depth? They are. Kind of. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... You could imagine that they're supposed to be a 7. So this is 1, 2, maybe 3, maybe. If you divide this in 5, how many are we getting? You're getting like 1, 2. I don't know, man. Is it like over here or some shit? That's a little too big to be useful. Over here? I don't know. I feel like there is some meaning though. It does change, I think, as well. You know what? We're just going to take a screenshot and we'll compare it later. Oh my gosh. I'm not used to playing this game on an external monitor. I think all my fucking screenshots I've been taking have been taking screenshots of my, like, other fucking desktop. And so this whole stream, whenever I've taken a screenshot of everything, it has not been of the game. Okay, whatever. I'm sure I've already captured a lot of this in the past. Yeah, I'm getting pretty hungry. The desire to chomp is emerging. I guess we're just building that other side. Oh, you know, we probably could have done a faster way. We could have come out through the foundation. Might have been faster. I forget. In the past, I had counted how many rooms that took to figure out the most optimal way. But again, I do not recall. I probably should have written down all my notes about this game somewhere. Because I really don't want to go look it up and spoil a bunch of bullshit. But I also don't like that I feel like I'm kind of trying to just re-remember how I was playing it before. We don't have any things we can combine, do we? We got a compass, a key card, and a battery pack. I don't think any of those can combine. We got parlor. You know, I suddenly want to replay the Stanley Parable. I don't know what that game is. What is that game? Educate me on the Stanley Parable. What genre of game is it? Which of these do we take? Are you ready for another parlor game? Okay, so something weird is happening. So we just queued the music again. And I don't understand why. Usually that that in the past that used to happen for a very different reason. And I really don't understand why it's been triggering. Like the last time it triggered as well, I didn't understand. We were like we had like built the observatory or whatever, and we like walked in and it started playing this. I really don't understand what triggered the music this time. Usually this is triggered by you opening a door in here. Koaria says it's a meta walking sim, very focused on criticizing the nature of games. Okay. Interesting. I'm trying to think if I've ever played a walking sim. I've never even played Yume Nikki. The white box has a true statement. The black box has a true statement. The black box has a false statement. The gems are not in the box with 2 false statements. Okay, so the A is doing a lot of heavy lifting here because there are multiple statements, right? But this is saying the gems are not in the box with 2 false statements. It's the first one that's making a gems claim. This one should also have a gems claim. Yep. The blue box has 2 false statements. The box with 2 true statements has the gems. Okay, interesting. So our gem statements are the gems are not in the box with 2 false statements, and the box with, okay, yeah. So these are both mutually compatible. Kovaria says there's a narrator that you can purposely disobey and hijinks ensue. It was a big YouTube game for that reason. Ah, I can see it. Okay, if both of these each have a true statement, then that would make this have 2 true statements. And it would also mean that this would have 1 false statement and 1 true statement. Right? Yeah. Because if this was true, then that top statement has to be false. And if this had 1 true and 1 false, how would it be? The gems are not in the box with 2 false statements. So if you said it was... that had 2 true statements. Wait, is there even any box with 2 false statements? The black box has a false statement. The blue box has 2 false statements. No. The black box does have a false statement. Okay, I am going to pick the blue box, but I'm actually fairly unconfident in this, and I would take a little more time to deliberate if I wanted to be really confident, but honestly, kind of boring. So we're going blue box. We got this right the last 2 times on this run. Oh hey, we're 3 for 3, look at that. Nothing in the corner, nothing in the corner, nothing in the corner. We're walking in the corner. We got stuck in the corner. We're out of the corner. Where we mobbing? Ooh, did we just kill the run? I think we killed the... No, we didn't. We can get into the foundation. That was bad. That was bad. Oh, I guess we can take the chapel. No, that's... okay. Okay, I guess we're doing that. Now, hitting the chapel does usually do that. I believe we solved most of the issues with the chapel. There was a lot of fucking puzzles in here with these things, and they related to one of the rooms you could draft outside. We also did crack open, we like solved the fucking candle puzzle where you can light some of the candles, and the unveils the thing that takes the money from all the times you've drafted this room and lost money to it. And then you can break the piggy bank, but you can only do it once, so we already broke it, so we can never get more money back from here. Was there anything else we hadn't solved in this room? I think we had... Oh yeah, there is something to do with that fucking thing as well, and how it resembles one of the symbols for those larger puzzles. I think... I don't know. That's everything I was aware of in this room. Can we get something that goes right? We can't. In fact, we can barely even get... Oh, no. Oh, this is good. This is good. Because then we can pull up a green and hopefully open up that right corridor. We go green. We could have gone hallway, I guess, as well. But somehow I feel like green has a pretty high likelihood of opening up to the right. Ooh. Cloister. Cloister! I don't even think we have a shovel, but whatever. We don't have the shove. Look at this nice little note to the gardener back here. It's cute. To Mr. Inaugular from Mrs. Babbage. I guess we're mobbing right. We're building that east wing hall. They definitely missed an opportunity to do a fucking pun wordplay with the word hall and have some real halls. Because that's, you know, that's one of the big things about this game, right? Is it's called Blueprints, as in OG, you know? But it's a blueprint. Blueprints, you know. I assume you already got that. In case you didn't. Hi, security. I guess that is useful. Am I right to think we got that card? We did. Cool. So we can ramp this up to max security, and then we'll draft a bunch of rooms we can automatically bypass without a key. We can also see if we overlooked any items. We have overlooked a key somewhere. Okay. We'll have to keep the lookout for that. Could it be in this room? Likely on the floor somewhere. There's often keys in hallways. We'll have to, when we trek back through that hallway, we'll have to be vigilant. Gallery! Oh man, this one is a fucking brutal room. I think we solved the puzzle in here. This was painful, I remember. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, this was a terrible one. This is the one with all the fucking crazy word puns. Oh my god. Colario says, yeah, I got it. I tried getting my roguelike addicted friend to try this game, but he was still in his Balatro phase at the time. Damn. I think Balatro is the most addictive piece of any media I have ever interacted with in my life. At least I felt that way last year when I played it. I played it and I ended up sinking nearly 100 hours into it. And I told myself I wasn't going to play more than 100 hours of Balatro. And I kept that at 99. I stopped playing it last year. And I actually recently started playing it again when I'm watching the news sometimes, if I don't want to make Anki cards while watching the news, which would be a pretty classic thing for me to do while watching YouTube news. You throw on some breaking points, you make some Anki cards, but sometimes I don't want to do that, so I've started playing a little Balatro again. I think I'll stop again. I probably put in like 6 or so hours again. Not feeling anywhere near as addictive as it was when I was playing it the first time, but that was terrible. I remember the week I got Balatro, in the morning I'd be like, do something, and then I'd get on Balatro, and anything else I had planned to do in my day just kind of like disappeared, because I just spent the whole fucking day playing Balatro. It was terrible. I mean, it's a really good game. Like, it is very honorable of the developer to have not tried to monetize that game in a way that would leverage it against gambling addicts, because holy shit, man, he could have made so much money by doing it. The game design is so fucking distilled and addicting. Ooh, 2 bedrooms is good, but commissary is also good. It's also like, I was the kind of person who was like, oh, Balatro doesn't really look like a game I would like, you know? What is it, fucking roguelike poker? Like, are you kidding me? Look at this aesthetic. Come on. There's no way I'm gonna get addicted to this game. Me, like 90 hours later, is really like that. We probably didn't need that, but whatever. Ooh, sleeping mask. Oh, and shove. We need the shove. We should probably get the salt shaker too. Belatra also has the element, I mean, like a lot of the kind of games that someone like Northernlion would rep, has this element of being like a very distilled version of gaming. I mean, I guess Unfair Flips is kind of almost the most essential version of this, which is just like it's flipping the coin, right? And like waiting to see what happens. Some very like primal gaming. How would you say? It reminds me of how the person who made Vampire Survivors was a slot machine designer or something like that. The game is cracked to a lot of people. Yeah, there's actually a lot of great designers who were doing gambling tech. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Alice Soft, famous for, you know, making the Rant series as well as a number of other extremely important and influential visual novels that usually have different game mechanics. I believe they were making like slot software before they started doing Eroge. Ooh, our special key is 8. That's not gonna work for that, right? Fuck, what do we use 8 for again? Wait, one second. That needs to be drafted on the 8th level, is that right? 1, 2, 3, yeah, okay, yeah. I believe that's right. We got observatory, kitchen, and spare bedroom. Spare bedroom's actually pretty good right now. We're not gonna walk in it yet. But when we do, I believe we'll be getting some extra shit. And now we got a shove. We can go and shove it up our ass. Pebbles. Exciting. That's gonna hurt. Coin. That's not gonna hurt. Was that it? Okay, I could have sworn there was at least another. Whatever. I guess we're going north. We got passageway. Koharia says, I like Northernlion because he's an autistic guy pretending to be a normie, but then he talks about movies and it becomes glaringly obvious. Is he a film buff? Is that a thing? I can't imagine Northernlion having a good taste in film. It's like impossible, or one that I would be into. I guess I probably don't have what. Well, who knows? That's a me problem, I guess. What kind of film does Northernlion like? Breaker box. Oh my god, why am I doing it? Okay, I need to urinate again. I'm sorry for people watching. Don't worry, I'm not gonna do it on stream where you can hear. Unless you're into that. I think in that case, I still probably wouldn't do that. He's autistic about 2000s comedy films. Oh my god. It's not time for your next meal yet. Come on, buddy. You gotta wait. You gotta wait a few more hours. You got like more than an hour. Not only that, you're actually out of food. I'm gonna have to go to the store before it closes to get you more food for your next meal. If you couldn't hear, I'm back. My cat was bothering me for food on my return from the restroom. I just had a funny idea. Maybe it's not that funny, actually. I don't know why I called it funny.
I'm getting influenced by the Danes. The Danes call everything funny, even when they don't think it's funny. It's like a catch-all descriptor. But I was thinking this could be a reoccurring segment I can do, which is responses to threads on Dempa-chan that I have thought of a response to at some point and then even typed it up maybe and then just not sent it. And the one I was just thinking about while I was relieving myself, hello, he's meowing, was there was a documentary thread. Someone was asking about documentaries. No, it wasn't documentaries, sorry, it was short films. And the person I wanted to recommend on there is Agnes Varda. I was thinking about how I go through often yearly cinephile phases. I actually haven't gone through one this year, and last year, like, usually I have some like lofty cinephile goals because when was it? Maybe in 2020 or 2021, I became kind of aware that I was a lot more ignorant of cinema than I was of some of the other artistic mediums that I care about. And when you're an American, I mean, come on, Americans don't know shit about films, like, at least just like by default because of how you grow up, right? Just like getting inundated with Hollywood stuff. I mean, I guess, yeah, you learn Hollywood stuff, but you don't learn like cinema history and stuff. So I went on a bit of like a cinema kick. My favorite director is Antonioni. I can hard rec Antonioni. La Ventura, probably my favorite film ever. I know I kind of misspeak actually in the most recent like normal vid on this channel. How long does it take to become a square? Where I'm like omitting some words. I'm talking about Lynch, and I'm saying that my favorite film is Inland Empire. But what I'm intending when I say that was my favorite Lynch film was Inland Empire. It's still a great film, but it wouldn't be like my favorite film. I'm a huge fan of his like 60s Italian, what you might call like post-neorealism. Like the Fellini and Antonioni are both really good examples where they were both making neorealist films in the 50s. And then in like the late 50s, early 60s, they kind of both develop unique voices where they depart from neorealism in equally different ways, but also equally exciting. I don't know, they're both insane. But essentially, since I got into Antonioni in like 2021, was it 2020 or 2021? I think it was 21 probably. I periodically go through these like cinema binge phases, and a director who I've seen a lot of during my cinema binges is Agnes Varda. I think if you go on the website Mubi and look at the Mubi Top 1000, haven't checked it in more than a year probably, but I think she might have the most films in the top 1000 out of any director. She's fucking great. She's I'm not like a massive French New Wave guy. Like I really think the Italians were doing way better films in the 60s than the French New Wave, even though people love to rep the French New Wave. But Agnes Varda is like fucking great, and she like totally outlasted the French New Wave and kind of transcends that. And she has a lot of like early documentary short films. Like she has shit like Coast Near the Coast, Coast on the Coast, whatever, Côte de la Côte, Côte de la Côte, something like that, where it's like a short film commissioned by like a French like regional tourist office or something, and it's like a fucking good documentary film about like tourism on French beaches that was definitely just commissioned for some somewhat bullshit commercial context. It's good. She has a lot of great short films, many of which are documentaries. I'm a little less into her like non-documentary film. Not that I don't like it. I think it's maybe just I don't love the New Wave crew as much. Anyway, I would have mentioned Agnes Varda in that thread. So now I'm mentioning Agnes Varda here for a subset of people who might have seen that thread. So take that for what you will. Take that with what? Whatever. Although I would say that my intro film to Agnes Varda was not a short film. It was The Gleaners and I, which is probably her most famous film, which is a very, very good film. Oh, Gloria says,
but I think he was into trivia as a high schooler or something, so he just remembers stuff and the type to read IMDb pages obsessively. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, are we gonna actually continue with this run? Yeah, I think we should. We should probably rotate the rotunda first, though. I was gonna try to do the Northern voice for it. Rotunda doesn't really flow off the tongue in an elegant way.
Kawaria, are you actually, I have a question for you. Who the fuck is the character in your profile pic? I think I was wondering that at some point. Who is that? Who that? Should I know that? Is it embarrassing that I can't recognize who that is? I looked at it for a hot minute, I remember. I was like, who is that? Oh, a chamber of mirrors. This is always a really absurd room to have to deal with. Could be fun, except for the fact that it looks like it's going to have a lot of openings, but you actually have to like make that all happen yourself. Ah, Zakuro Mitsukai from Bokusatsu Tenshi Dokuro-chan, which I haven't watched Dokuro-chan yet. I really should. That's did I never even check out one episode? Let me actually check. It's possible that I checked out an episode and put it on my hold list. That would make sense why I don't know who it is. But that is very much an anime I should see. Yep, I just have it on my plan to watch list. I have not watched any of it. Well, I should get on that at some point. Wait, so which character from it is it? Oh, I can see, yeah. Oh yeah, I can clearly see. She's got some good chuny vibes going. Oh, very good character design. I like it. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the design. What are we picking? Dining room. Claudia, do you got a Mal? You got a Mal page? You sharing your Mal around? I've got a Mal. Maybe you've seen it before. You could say I've watched some anime. You could say I like to watch some anime sometimes. She's 9 years old. Now you sound like you're on Twitter. I'm not sharing my mouth. Okay, no worries, no worries, no pressure, no pressure. It's more that I like having people on Mal. I like to see you. I have some different lists that I like to look at other people's profiles for, like where I assemble highly rated stuff from various people. Usually people who kind of have taste that have like some specific thing, and who I also think have like seen enough that they can have an interesting perspective. For example, I have like you might see, I don't know if you've seen my Mal. It's baby_Minu on Mal, like Minu as in Unum backwards. Same profile image as my YouTube channel. And if you go to my interest stacks there's a series of interest stack that I curate called 2020's Essentials, and that is a conglomeration of anime that I have put on my best of the year list, anime that my anime list has given 8 out of 10 or higher, anime that Pars, No, and a couple other people have all given 7 or higher, and then I kind of I make a list for every 2 years, so you can have like 20 up to 25 from each year. It's one of the attempts to kind of distill all the anime that gets released into a slightly more manageable package. So if someone was like, hey, I'm really interested in checking out a lot of anime from the 2020s, that by the end of the 2020s, I would have like a list of, I'd have several lists, but this one would be the list that would be maxing out at 250 entries. It'd have fewer than that, but it'd have somewhere between 200 and 250 entries by the end. Which is a large list, of course. It's a lot of anime, but it's also large enough and it represents a variety of tastes. So the idea would be that like everybody could find something, you know, regardless of what your taste is, between like my anime list in general, me, No, Pars, and a few other profiles that I reference, to get it, like you should be able to find things you would like from there somehow. I have tons of other lists too. So most of them are unlisted because I just use them for my own sake. But yeah, I have a pretty, I mean, I spend a lot of time on Mal, let's put it that way. I've completed over 1,000 anime. I've dropped over 1,000 anime. I have probably almost 200 on my hold list. What can I say? I like to watch the anime. And I'm very much a, you could say, a disciple of the finish or fail digi seasonal mode, except for I do it all at once, or I follow along instead of doing it at the end. So I do check out between like 26 and 30 new series every fucking season. Whether that's a good or a bad call. Ooh, garage. Do we have the keys? Oh fuck, can we check? Do we have the keys? We don't have the keys. I started checking out tons of seasonals like with each season in winter 2018. You said you like list websites and categorizing websites. You probably have much more time on Rate Your Music though. Oh, nice. Yeah, I also fucking love these kind of websites. My first one ever was or the first, well, maybe not my first one ever, but it's the first one I got involved in, I would say, in a meaningful way, was this website called SputnikMusic.com, which in some ways was more of like, I mean, I guess it is way more comparable to Rate Your Music than Pitchfork, but maybe you could kind of say it's somewhere in between that. But its culture was also interesting because it grew out of, like, when I was first growing up, there was, do you know what music tabs are? Guitar tabs, tablature websites. There were two main tablature websites when I was growing up. One was Ultimate Guitar, which is probably the most famous, and the other was this website called MX Tabs. If I remember correctly, it was mxtabs.net. And Sputnik Music is actually MX Tabs. What happened was MX Tabs got sued up the wazoo by tab book publishing companies, and they spun off the forum side of the website into its own music review site, which became Sputnik Music. And that gave the site a very different culture. I mean, for example, the fact that it grew out of a guitar tab forum, right? So, I mean, it just had a very specific taste. And even though I was using MX Tabs back in the day, what actually got me into Sputnik was when their album of the decade list came out, like in 2009, or maybe it was the beginning of 2010. Don't remember. And at that time, my favorite album was As the Roots Undo by Circle Takes the Square. And I don't remember how I encountered it. I think I encountered the site because some like older kid in my recording arts class in high school showed it to me, and we were looking at the list, and they had fucking As the Roots Undo in the top 10 of the decade. And I was like, what is this website that has my favorite album in the top 10 albums of the decade? Like, holy fuck. And then I just kind of like mined all of like the real emo, real screamo stuff, post-hardcore stuff that was on the list, and then kind of became a user of the site afterwards. I made some interesting connections off of there. I ended up booking a gig with a band I was in at the time. I booked one of the staff reviewers on the site's band to open for us. They like came down from LA to play. But I was quite into Sputnik, and I had some like featured lists and whatnot on it. And then when I got more into like composing, I kind of got off of being into Sputnik. Although it was funny, there are even people I know from the composing world who I actually would have encountered on Sputnik back in the day. Sputnik's pretty dead. Like, Rate Your Music has eaten Sputnik's lunch for sure. Fucking Zoomers don't use Sputnik at all. Sputnik is really kind of stagnated. I actually like became a frequenter of Rate Your Music, partly because the band I was in high school, like, you know, is liked on there now, and it's very weird to see that kind of increase in the last year. It's a good metric for like how people are critically assessing it. But also, I made a big project to get very into heavy music again, and kind of, I'm going to be making some heavy music. I'm making some heavy music. And in fact, one sec, I can literally pick up. There's a baritone guitar. I think it's probably out of tune right now, but within arm's reach of me, you can hear. It's not plugged in right now, but. Whoa, it's really out of tune, damn. Yeah, it's pretty out of tune. Anyway, but I listened to like hundreds of heavy albums from like 2016 to 2025 over the last like 6-7 months. Oh my god, I can't believe I just 6-7 on accident. That's terrible. Yeah, so I was kind of perusing a lot more Rate Your Music. It is very funny to see the preferences there. People are fucking way too into fucking atmospheric black metal. What the fuck? Why had all the Rate Your Music people decide that they fucking love atmospheric lo-fi black metal? Oh, hey, are we missing something? Oh, we are. But Mal, like, really, in fact, I didn't, when I got more into composing and stuff, I, like, kind of was against rating music for a while. And one thing I liked about anime was that I could reactivate this more, like, database-y, website-y, rating-brained side of me and kind of partition that away from music into this field that I will never work in. So there's something very nice about that, because there is some like ick in relation to it. But I like having a space for that in my brain. What can I say? Breaker box? No, we don't need breaker box. We got the key. But I mostly just like them as sites for perusing and learning a bunch of stuff. Like, I've gone through like every fucking season on Mal so many times. I've spent so much time on Mal, and like you get to the point where you really stop encountering new stuff very much, which is why getting into VNDB was so fucking nice, because you're like, oh, look at all of these things that I've never heard of before. And not only that, I wish I could pull it up right now, but I can't, because I have a bunch of VND preferences. Oh, I guess I could do it in a private window that wouldn't show any arrow stuff. I have the arrow images turned on. But I like how it will just randomly spam you with like a few different images from visual novels in the top center of the screen, like every time you refresh the homepage. Not only that, but I love how you can go and click on one and then go back and it will give you the same list. But then if you refresh, it'll give you like a different collection of images again. It's fucking great. A great way to discover new visual novels, especially because like you'll see an image and be like, oh, that looks really cool. Like, let's see what's up with that. There's always some review for whatever obscure prog RIO album I'm looking into, so I appreciate the site for what it is. I got too into rating a couple years ago, though. Messed with my perception. Oh, yeah, for sure. I saw on Denpa-chan that the owner of VNDB died. Yes, the founder of VNDB died. I'm not really sure who owns it. It did seem like some people, like, there's a thread on VNDB about it. It seemed like it was a little unclear when I looked at it quickly if it was expected or not. It seemed like people were in touch with him and their family. So I don't think it'll be like going down immediately anytime soon. But I still should probably back up my VNDB list anyway. Probably a good reminder to back up the list. It's a pretty great site. I have a few issues with it, but honestly, probably better than Mal. It has one feature that I would literally pay for Mal if Mal added this feature. Which is, it's such a simple feature, and I know it's simple because Mal already has this information on their site, and all I want is that every time I see a name of an anime, it to be displayed in Japanese. Not Romaji, like actual Japanese. Like, and you know they could do this because of the fact that if you click on a fucking anime page, I'm gonna go do it right now. What do I have pulled up right now? I have Zakuro Mitsukai pulled up, and I can go back and look at Bokusatsu Tenshi Dokuro-chan, and I can see the fucking Japanese name right here, you know? Bokusatsu as in beat to death, Tenshi as in Angeru, Dokuro as her name, and Chan, right? We can see that here, and I just want it so that all the fucking anime on the site display like that for me. And on VNDB, you can just go into your account settings and click something, and all of the visual novels will appear in Japanese for you. And that is great if you're learning Japanese, but also if you're someone who knows all the fucking anime names mostly already, and then you just get to see them all in Japanese. It just gives you free fucking immersion when you're on Mal, you know? Like Etotama. I've been watching Etotama recently. Oh, look, there's a kanji-fied reading of it. Or is it Tamashi? No, it is. There's a kanji-fied reading of Etotama. Etotamashi. What? Etotamashi. That's the full name? What the hell? They even fucked up the English name of the show. Etotamashi is the full fucking name of Etotama. Etotama is the abbreviated name. What the hell? They don't even have the name correct for this. Are you fucking kidding me? How did I take that on to know? It's Etotamashi. Tamashi. What the fuck? Okay, that's actually wild. You said VNDB is remarkably good in terms of tagging. I like the search function. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about this. I think some of the tagging is really good. I don't like the way they interact with genre. Like, you can go and look at some of the site discussion they've had over time, but for example, Iyashike got removed as a tag. Let me see what note they wrote about it. Like, there's certain things that they have this very kind of like, we want to be objective about it mindset, and so things that aren't like easily quantifiable or where you can't set rules for them. So for example, yeah, you can look at Iyashike. Iyashike was a tag 11 years ago. It was deleted, and it was denied unless confirmed by the developers. They spelled confirmed wrong, as conformed by the developers, that their work is supposed to be this. It's very much up for personal opinion about what would deserve this tag and what wouldn't. And I guess you could say that, but like, isn't that functionally the same thing as saying like, I know this is like a bit ridiculous, but like drama is like, you know, subjective. Like, oh yeah, I didn't find it dramatic, but I found it dramatic. Like, I didn't find it Iyashike. Okay, so it's only Iyashike if the person who made it said it was Iyashike. That also doesn't really make sense. So I don't know. Like, the moderation of tags is kind of annoying. Like, specifically the genre plot tags. I also believe, does Dempa have a tag, or is the Dempa tag also being deleted? Let's find out. Nope, the Dempa tag exists. It has 113 VNs on it. It's fairly well curated. Okay. So Dempa as a tag was allowed. I think one thing, for example, though, like Moege would never have a tag, or like Chunige would never have a tag. And these are descriptors that are used a ton in the visual novel fan community, and that are useful if you're looking at an entry. Like, I often find that I can pull up an entry and I can find like every a tag for every type of fucking sex scene and like every heroine that will be in this entry, and I still won't be able to tell if this entry is primarily romance, comedy, drama, action. That's not true. There is a comedy tag. I don't know. I don't like that you can see so much information and not have a very good understanding of the like genre. Right now I'm looking at the page for Tsuki ni Yoriso Otome no Saho as a great example. It's a VN that's on my list of VNs I'm interested in, and I actually can't tell if this shit is a Nakige or not. I'm looking at the tags. Comedy is a tag. Is it a Moege? Is it a Nakige? Is it Yuri? I don't think it's Yuri. I actually can't tell. So now I'm going to have to go into the review to find out what the genre is. And I'm going to have to like click on it and then search like Moe or like Naki. And neither of those showed up. And then I'm like, okay, well, I just don't fucking know. What is it? And I know, yeah, it's somewhat subjective, but the fact that I can see like a billion tags for it. Oh no, my phone that I was monitoring the stream on just ran out of battery. One sec. Anyway, I just don't like that I can see so much information about the show, but still have almost no idea of what the genre is. And then I have to like go elsewhere for that info. That should be like very readily available. But whatever. Otherwise, it's a fucking great site. I certainly prefer it over how Mal does a lot of things. So, also the ability to make sub lists inside of your list is great. I know it's just like tag things, and you actually, I guess you technically do have that with Mal tags. But something about the way that VNDB displays that seems like it kind of encourages you to do it a bit more, maybe. Okay, this is bad. We're probably not even going to finish this fucking run before I have to go to the store and end the stream, because I do need to get food for my cat before the store closes. Conference room. Were we in here already? Shit, did we go in the bedroom and get our new steps? We picked up shit in the bedroom? I think we did, right? I fucking hope so. Let's just check. Yeah, we totally did. Okay, sorry for the, like, VNDB rant. Well, maybe not sorry. I'm not sorry about the VNDB rant. It's my stream. We can talk about VNDB. Kawaria, is there any, you stoked about any visual novels? You like visual novels? What was your entry visual novel? What's your favorite visual novel? I guess we're taking us. We could take. Wait, didn't we already do the lights for the gymnasium? Shouldn't this not matter? Yo, gymnasium. Wait, what? Oh, do you need to turn the lights off for it? Did I mess that up? I guess I did mess that up. Ooh, 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 ooh. Code check. Sledgehammer. Oh my god. I think we actually want that. Isn't there a few things we can do with that? Bring me my sledgehammer. It is cool though, like, to compare different sites' tagging features. Like, AnyList has maybe a little more similar to Rate Your Music, where it's user-based tags. I guess VNDB seems to also have a user-based system. Mal, for example, doesn't. Like, for Mal, you have to suggest things to the mods, and then the mods, like, will or won't approve it, right? But I kind of like some of the consistency with that. Although, I will say that one feature of Mal... there's one genre that if you haven't been on Mal for a while, you might be pretty confused about, because it's a genre that used to be called something else and that had its name changed in a way that I don't think is equivalent. And now because of that, there are many series that are grandfathered in to that genre tag because it was applied when the genre tag had its initial name and before they changed it. So, and this genre tag, you probably, if you're a big Mal person, you would know, but the genre used to be called dementia. The genre was dementia. And in some ways, dementia was almost like the Dempa tag, you could say. It was dementia. And I'm sure for like, politically correct reasons, they were like, oh, I don't think we can have the dementia tag on Mal anymore. And what did they replace it with? They didn't replace it with Dempa or something like that might have been somewhat equivalent. No, they replaced it with avant-garde. Now, I think anybody with a brain could tell you that dementia does not equal avant-garde. But it is true that some of the series that had the dementia tag exhibited like experimental or avant-garde qualities. But for example, like Evangelion had dementia. Is Evangelion avant-garde? Maybe. I mean, I guess I technically have a fucking academic book by Oja Atsuki, called Otaku in the Avant-Garde, where he's using the Evangelion rebuilds as like his main like source to talk about. But it's still like, it's not comparable. Like, it's not that. And so you'll look at the fucking avant-garde tag on Mal now, and there's tons of shows that are on there, or like entries that are on there, because they were on there when it was called dementia. And then they just like changed the tag to avant-garde, and now a bunch of things that were dementia before have avant-garde, and also lots of things that would be avant-garde but wouldn't fit with dementia don't have the tag. So that tag is a total mess on Mal, and I'm kind of surprised that it's been years and no one's been like, what the fuck is going on with this? Because I have to say, I was a big fan of the dementia tag. Show gets the dementia tag, pretty high chance that I'm going to be interested in it, you know? Speaking of, did Gekidol ever get the fucking dementia tag? Y'all know the series Gekidol? This series fucking sucks. It has someone who worked on Lane in a pretty high up context on it. And it has some insanely unhinged writing. I could see a Dempa person liking it in the right context. Honestly, it's the kind of show that maybe, I don't think No would like it, but like, if you found someone who did like it, they could write a pretty impassioned review of it. You can find it on Mal. It has an average rating of 5.55. I think I gave it a 2 out of 10 rating. But honestly, it is so memorable. It was very unique. It was, it's an insane show. It's like an idol, like a sci-fi idol show. Let me just read even the premise to you. It says, 5 years ago, a mysterious phenomenon known as the global synchronic urban disappearance caused a large chunk of Ikebukuro to disappear overnight. Following the catastrophe, the inhabitants found themselves thrown into a state of disorder, and unexplained electromagnetic anomalies called auroras began to be cited. Awed by the performance of idol Izumi Hinazaki at a play utilizing the, quote, super material theater, a stage designed to revitalize Ikebukuro through hologram-enhanced plays, high school student Seria Morio is inspired to become an idol. Shortly afterwards, she is scouted by a young woman named Kaoru Sakakibara. Oh my god, reading it in English is harder than Japanese. That's hilarious. Sakakibara, there we go, who turns out to be the director of Alice in Theater, the troupe that Izumi used to be a part of. Aiming to pursue her dreams, Saria decides to follow Kaoru and joins Alice in Theater. Upon arriving at their establishment, she's cordially welcomed by a group of young and friendly girls who are all passionate, very passionate in fact, about acting. However, something seems to be amiss. He said, I'm skeptical of anything scored lower than green. Damn. Have I even checked out Green? I mean, I know what Green is. It's an Eroge adaptation. A mid-2000s Eroge adaptation. Probably not a very good one, I guess. 2003, pretty early. Maybe it's good. I actually have never checked it out. By Studio Matrix. Well, Gekidol is pretty crazy. I watched it as it was airing weekly in winter of 2021. I did complete all of it. There was a whole like segment. I think the meme amongst my friends was like, "You're Miki. No, you're Miki. No, you're Miki." Everyone became Miki at some point. It was all fucking. Oh, interesting. It's in this list called "Chaotic Slice of Life." It's not. Oh yeah. Okay. So it is in one list that alludes to its Dempa-ness or like dimension-ness. It's in one called Crackhead Anime. And the description that the person who made the Crackhead Anime interest stack gave it, it said, "This show is a complete fever dream every step of the way, and I love it for that." And they have totally given Geki Doll a 10 out of 10. What the hell? Anyway, I don't know. There's probably a good video to be made out of Geki Doll, to be honest. Like, I can imagine someone making a real Geki Doll video. But it won't be me. What do you say? You said it has one of the worst dubs in anime, so if that's up your alley. That is absolutely not up my alley. You think person trying to learn Japanese, trying to up their immersion time, is out here watching the le meme dubs? Okay, I actually did watch some fucking 4chan meme subs though a few seasons ago. A couple years ago at this point, there was this mahjong anime that 4chan was doing meme subs for, Pon no Michi. There was this character with black hair and red, and she was like kind of dark, and they literally called her Shadow for like the whole fucking series in the subs. They just kept on referring to her as Shadow. And I think in the episode she was introduced, they put a fucking Sonic Adventure 2 battle track as the ED. They like kept on like inserting a different song for the ED every week. It was pretty fun. It's the only time I've ever done the 4chan meme subs thing. Ooh, we could go to the kennel. We could do some memes. We could ask what the dog doing, shall we? I still haven't figured out what is the dog doing. What he be doing? You know? Check him out. And you like you can get them to interact in some weird ways too. Where is it? You can pet some of them. Is it this one you can pet? It makes sounds if you pet them the right way. No. These guys get pet? Oh, we can dig. I was watching the Garzy Wings dub the other day. Damn. That's some fucking blast from the past edgy stuff. I haven't watched that. I probably should. That was one of the Trixie 10 out of 10s. The Garzy Wing dub. Oh, there was nothing there. Thanks, dog. Why is this still popping off though? Is there keys here? Seems like I'm getting close to something. Cat. Wait, what? Spine and pine? Why is there a cat as well? What's going on here? Oh shit! Wait, isn't this you know, in the where we had the chessboard, how many letters were those words? I wonder if this, oh, will it even screenshot it? No, it won't. Okay, we're gonna have to draw the screenshot. Here we go. Okay, well there is some coins there. That's what the metal detector was picking up. Hello, dog. See, he makes that little sound. But then the thing is, you can get them to. There's like a weird thing you can do here where you can. Can you not pet this guy too? Who was the barking? Was it you? There's supposed to be a second one you can pet sometimes. Fuck. Okay, I don't know. I personally feel like there's still some sort of mystery with this room that I haven't solved. Maybe there isn't. Maybe there's like a missing dog somewhere. Like, what's up with that, huh? Why is that opened? Where did the dog come from, huh? He came from in there? That's outside? That's not even the right way. I know they all have that. Not these ones, though. Only the ones that would go this way. Oh, yeah. Ooh, we should have opened... Ah, we just fucked up a little, right? No, yeah. We should have opened this with the 8 key. We do have that, yeah? Okay, we can still get a chance to do that with this, maybe. Ooh, puts a lot of pressure on us to open that corner up as well. That means that dinner is ready in the dining room. This game feels almost liminal at points. Damn, Kane Pixels entered the chat. No, it's true. I can see what you mean. It does have some of that ominous vibes. Oh, weren't we also supposed to fucking keep track of these? Aw, damn, I kind of don't want to kill this run, but honestly, feeding my cat is a lot more important than playing video games or streaming, so, priorities. You ever see the Rolling Giant video? Who is that? Is that Kane Pixels? Were you related to that, meaning that? Is that one of his, like, very effect-heavy, like, videos? The Rolling Giant video. It doesn't ring a bell. Oh, the pool. This is actually a very important room for what I've... Oh, fuck! I was supposed to draft the 8 room. God damn it. Or use the 8 thing. Clock Tower. Also a very interesting room that I don't think I've figured out everything it can do yet. The pool thing is actually immediately usable if I can get that to open to the right type of room. There's also some boxes there. But regardless, I think we'll be killing this run before we can realize its full potential. Yeah, it's a Kane Pixels video. The Oldest View Part 3. Okay. I've watched a decent amount of the Kane Pixels videos. Mostly I'm just interested in him because he seems like he is the... During this whole, like, digital effect, like, liminal space, like, you know, online Zoomer zeitgeist thing, he seems to be the one who kind of was able to capture that the best and leverage it towards, like, doing art. And he's getting a fucking film, right? He's doing, like, an A24 Backrooms film. And it's always kind of interesting when, like, YouTubers, quote-unquote, like, graduate into the big leagues or whatever you want to say. I'm pretty interested to see what he does with it. I did look at some point, like, after I saw the trailer for that come out, I was like, man, did I even ever watch all the backroom videos? I couldn't even tell. Oh, so we fucked this up again. God damn it. I really couldn't. I was like, oh, this is the backroom stuff. There's a lot of little details, and yeah, I don't remember exactly. Can we use a special key? We can't there. That's not gonna work, is it? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think you need to use it for something on this floor to realize its full potential. What do we get? We get courtyard. That's good. That's good. Library wouldn't be bad, but I think we need to keep our options open. Oh yeah! There's lots of shit in here. Oh, yes. Rock, amazing. The backrooms as a concept got turned into SCP-2, which sort of bothers me. Oh my god, what is that? Why am I not understanding what the acronym is? SCP was cool. So I'm glad Gen Alpha gets their own version, kind of like Skibidi Toilet with SFM. Wait, is that... No, that's not... When I think about this stuff, I just think about, like, what Skibidi Toilet reminds me of, like, some of my friends were into this, what's it called, 3D Cool World? You know what that is? I'm sure they're not very comparable. I don't know if I've really ever watched Skibidi Toilet in earnest. Okay, what is setting this off? Oh, here it is. It's that. No, that's not useful. Conservatory, observatory. That'll give us more gems in the conservatory because of this other thing that we already got. I don't have time to think about the other ramifications of that room right now, though. Oh, see, so look at that. Did you notice? The music just stopped. and is changing now that we've drafted this room. I don't remember if it was always like that, but it certainly happened on one of the other runs too. Ayo, that was pretty good. I still don't know what's up with this. So this is the second time we've gotten a night in a room, I think. Like on this run. SCP is this internet wiki that's basically a creepypasta collection. Oh, I see. Relating to anomalous objects in the format of some sort of lab dossier telling you the classification and what it does. Ah, I see. Okay, so we got drawing room. Let's pick up the gem in here. Oh, we really gotta go though in like 5 or so minutes. I gotta make sure I get to the store before it closes. Vestibula is pretty base to have here. Damn, a bit of a shame because this run actually is gonna. We'll probably get everything we want by the end. Clock tower, yeah, we can do that. Oh, hey, that's at least nice. It's a very weird room. There's definitely some things in this room that I haven't figured out. Oh, well, what's... Is there something under there? Nope. Southward, I see a swan. Ashen like sands of this. Oh wait, fuck. Oh shit, don't we have this thing in here? Oh my god, I forget how this room works again. There's definitely some shit going on in this room. Oh, we got a rook. Hey, look at that. I forget. There's something you can interact with, no? Am I wrong? Do we need to try to get out of here? Shit. Shit. I think there probably is something you have to do in this room during this duration. Fuck if I know. Also, yeah, what is the metal detector catching? I didn't see anything around here, did you? What is it catching? Oh shit, we're not gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Oh no, it was a more general thing. Whoops. Okay. Well, in the interest of at least letting you see room 8. Oh, closed exhibit is also a very interesting room. I definitely haven't completely solved the riddle in this room as well, where there's like this riddle about the security guards, and there's like another. Yeah, it's this. Oh, it's this. It's a very weird riddle. I haven't figured this one out yet. Oh shit, it doesn't draft upwards. Oh damn. No! We've just blocked off that whole corridor, which means we won't be able to draft room 8. Fuck. Yeah. That's just how it is. Okay. Well, it wasn't mandatory. I mean, it's whatever. We're gonna be killing the run regardless. And it's not like, I mean, yeah, there are many different goals we could have been attempting to accomplish in a bit more of a concerted fashion. Hey, the keys. Nope. We also have the workshop. We could have been fusing for some much better items too. The rumpus room. Okay. This is how we'll end it. Y'all will go see the rumpus room and see what happens when we asked the great whatever the fuck his name is to spit us out a cutscene where he like doles out quite a bit of information sometimes. Here, check this out. Check this dude out. Give us the cutscene, my guy.
And as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. Faintly in the mist, I see a figure.
This is a new one for me.
A statue.
Should we take a screenshot of it? Whatever.
In a courtyard of sentinel stone. You will find yourself one day wandering these paths, walking in the footsteps of the past, wandering and waiting, searching for a shadow that will never be cast, longing for the day to end, the hours to pass.
Oh, the time they're all fuck. We should have at least taken note of the time. What was it? 12:15.
Has been foreseen by the great Alzara
So many details.
until the dawn of the following day. I will have nothing more to say.
Okay, well I think that'll be our ending point for today because I really do have to go to the store. Thanks for everyone who stopped in and chatted, especially thanks to Kawaria, who single-handedly kept the chat alive. It's way nicer for me to stream if we have someone to ping pong off of, some feedback, if you will. If you liked this game, I don't know, let me know. Maybe we could do more of this one. If you look at the streaming history, we've done quite a variety of games, and we'll return to some of them. We actually do need to return to Needy Girl Overdose to try to get some more of the endings before the anime starts airing. But I could see us coming back to this. I'd like to play more of it. I really like the thumbnail thing I was able to find to use for it. I've like cropped it out of a larger image, so I can imagine reusing this thumbnail. Anyway, thanks for chatting. Thanks for watching. See ya, indeed. Adios. Have a good night, morning, day, Sunday, Monday, week, end of the month, season, year, all of the above. And yeah, goodbye.